Everybody, happy Sunday. You're very welcome along to this, a commemorative flight for Operation Market Garden. Yes, 81 years ago this September was, well, we'll learn all about it. I'll tell you what happened, you know, what was supposed to happen versus what actually happened and all the rest. But you join us here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's going to be that of a community flight as we depart here out of the UK. We're going to be flying over the North Sea over to the Netherlands as we check out some of the sites along the way. We have some scenery being powered by none other than Jeppesen 2001. So, how is? How was your weekend? Hope you're keeping well. Today is a day for... Well, it's actually sunny outside. That was kind of funny, right? But anyway, we're here now, and sure, let's see what happens. We're going to be live on the Southeast Asian server. We're also using some JoinFS, depending on what platform you're using, be it X-Plane or over in Flight Sim 2020, with a whole lot will bundle in, hopefully, together. But this, we have some, what do they call it? The intro, yes. So, September 1944. After months of bitter fighting across France and Belgium, well, the Allies prepare to strike deep into the heart of occupied Europe. The plan is bold, one of the most daring operations of the Second World War. Codenamed Market Garden. It will be the largest airborne assault ever attempted. In a single stroke, the Allies aim to leap the great rivers of the Netherlands, seize a chain of bridges, and open the road to Germany itself. Hundreds of C-47s, or Dakotas, well, they line the runways, towing gliders that are heavy with men, jeeps, and guns. One after another, they lift off into the air, forming great columns of aircraft stretching for miles. In fact, some of them said these stretch for up to 90 miles across the sea. Absolutely incredible. The largest airborne armada, flying a highway of warbirds bound for the Netherlands. Thousands of paratroopers are dropped behind enemy lines, from the 101st Airborne in the south to the 82nd Airborne guarding the Maas River, the British 1st Airborne striking for Arnhem, and the Polish Brigade preparing to join in on the fight, while the skies are filled with men and machines racing against time. The mission is simple on paper: seize the bridges, hold the ground, and open the road. But war is never simple. 81 years on, we shall recreate the journey using Microsoft Flight Sim. We're going to climb out of the fields of England, cross the North Sea, and enter the Dutch skies, just as they did. We're going to fly low and heavy, tracing the very corridors used by the troop carriers, weaving through drop zones and supply routes. Along the way, we'll see the great bridges of Eindhoven, Nijmegen, and also Arnhem, each a landmark in this daring airborne story. This commemorative flight tells the story of Operation Market Garden, the situation, the background, the strategy and the defence, the courage and indeed the sacrifice. By tracing the transport routes from the air, we remember not only what happened on the ground, but also the story that was written in the skies, the aviation story, the planning, the preparation, how it all came to be. This is what we do. We've done one of these last year. We did the D-Day commemorative flights this year and the year before, and well, this is our second run at Operation Market Garden. The first time we've done it in Flight Sim 2024. Yes, hopefully it works out, but it's open for anyone to join in. Ideally, kind of these era of aircraft, but you know how it rolls here, guys. Any aircraft at all, whatever you're most happy and comfortable flying, sure, take it for the spin. And as I said, if you're on the PC, well then the scenery packs from Jeppesen 2001, they really do complement this. They are fantastic, absolutely deadly, do you know? So, of course, there's a movie based on the entire thing, a couple of movies, but the biggest one being A Bridge Too Far. Unbelievable cast. And yes, it definitely does tell the story. The idea being, for the mission, setting it all up, well, 30 Corps, the armoured component, they were going to race over 60 miles on the ground. The idea being then they would fly in the airborne elements, and as each bridge was secured, 30 Corps would drive up and collect and meet up with each of the airborne components until they got to Arnhem itself. The idea being is punching a hole just north of the Siegfried line and get them into Germany. The whole idea was, well, it was try to end the war by Christmas. It was a risky move, but it potentially had massive impact. This would have ended the war very quickly, but we'll learn all about it in today's flight. And as I said, I'm looking forward to this one. Mileage wise, we're going to cover a fair bit. Now, we're using Fairford Echo Golf Victor Alpha as our base of operations for our departure and our arrival, but of course you can use many of the airfields in and around Oxford that was used during this real world event 81 years ago. 81 years ago, lads. It's mad. And considering the aircraft I'm flying, the DC-3, looking like a C-47. It's hard to believe that these were at the cutting edge 81 years ago. They absolutely were. And they still fly today, which is unbelievable, these aircraft. And, of course, any other aircraft that you want. I mean, there were fighter components. Lancasters flew during this one as well. And also had the German aircraft, the Luftwaffe, not completely knocked out at this stage. They had an Air Force presence during this as well. But it's not necessarily focusing on the combat. This is purely from the aviation side of flying to these locations, what it must have been like from the pilots, from navigation, weather reports, what the chain of command wanted to do, and how they managed to actually, well, you know, make things happen. Not without consequence, of course, and we'll learn all about that as we go flying. There's I have a big book of information there to be, you know, rambling on about as we're flying. But as I said, I'm looking forward to this one, and it'll be interesting. There is a route. The flight plan is available over on our Discord, or ! route. If you copy that and pop it into your EFB, it should work. There's only 2 airports listed. Everything else are latitude and longitude coordinates that should pop straight in. So we'll have a look at the flight plan here in a moment. But before we get to all of that, how are you getting on? Like, are you as well? I've had a very lazy Sunday. We're up late last night. We were watching The Wire. We finished season 1 of The Wire. I watched it years ago, but the missus hasn't. So we were binge watching some of The Wire last night. Great, brilliant, Jimmy. But anyway, who's here? Look, Chalk's a very good afternoon. Medic24 Life, top of the morning. Hope you're well. Who else came in the door? Fierce Wolf, looking fierce and wolfy. Good to see you, buddy. Blinky is here. Retriever Neil, happy Sunday. Liptorius is here. Toto2495, a very good day to you. Dr. Diggler, welcome aboard. She's upside down again. Mrs. TBHI has rambled in. Filthy, good to see you. Norse Viking Gaming is in the chat. Dazza T Arab, happy Sunday to you, Dazza. Hope you're well. Where's this now? Gaseous Maximus, hello. Malky Mac is here. The Impossible Face. Thank Jesus, I think I've everything working now. It's grand. You know, it will be a few minutes before we get airborne. You know what I mean? Shunty Mac Shunface is here. Captain Cocktail has subscribed. 13 months, man. Thank you very, very much indeed. Hope you're well. Spitfire RAF 100 is here in the chat. Very happy Sunday to you. Super Typhon, good to see you, buddy. Malky, thank you for your 5 in a row. Zith is here. Yes, Lurk is the name of the plan. Lurk with a sprinkling of sarcastic remarks. Sarcasm? Awesome. Good to see you, Zith. DK Funfly is here. Echo Charlie, good afternoon. Idle Cutoff. He says, how are you, Merv? Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. I hope you're well. Eamon 1973, good afternoon. Hope you're well, buddy. Muse Fan bursts in the door. No comment. He says, happy Sunday, is mad jokes. Good to see you, Muse. Hope you're well, buddy. Big Welsh Matt is here. Jack Wings, welcome aboard. Sir Camsalot, my dude. Hope you're well. Larry, good to see you, Larry. Zard is here. Apache's in the house. Nace42, welcome in. Escort Judy, nice. Where's this now? Fly with Craig. Goody afternoon, Craig. I nearly said evening, but when I think of Craig, it turns to evening. Ooh, good to see you, man. Hope you're well. James the Catcher, good to see you. You're very welcome aboard. Greatest World War II movie of all time, no spoilers. Indeed, Shunty. Shut says, good afternoon. I won't be flying. I'm grinding out on air at the moment, but I will be watching. I love learning about this stuff with everyone. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Schultz. Goblin Zeus, good afternoon. Father's Game is here. Good morning to you, man. Where's this now? Proby Pete is here. Tier 2, 27 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, Pete. Hope you're well, man. Right, where's this now? Wicked Lumberjacks, happy Sunday. World War II aircraft were pure beast, and in my honest opinion, some of the most amazing peak of piston technology and rotary powered aircraft. I agree. Some incredible machines. Mac Vision, good afternoon. Corn Wolf is here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Soaring AJ. AJH, man. APU Inspector then, subscribing for 13 months with Prime. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. Wills, 1985, good to see you. Tenured is here. Papa Justify, a grand afternoon to one and all. And to you, welcome in. Top Gun Lenny is here. Ace of Spades, good morning. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, has rambled aboard. Good to see you, Dougal. Crafty Tigers, welcome in. Airwolf, good to see you. You're all very welcome in. On a Sunday, we don't belong on Sunday. Well, we kind of do, but you know what I mean. Who else come in the door, look? Ernie T, good to see you, Ernie. Angels15 is here. Norcal Sar, welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Dave Cleary, a legend, Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Good to see you, Dave. Muzzy is here, welcome aboard. Hukalea, welcome in. We're on the Southeast Asian server. Where's this now? Grippy, good morning. Patrick is here. Is this cross-play with Xbox? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Southeast Asian server. You can do it on Xbox as well. And yeah, is there scenery to be downloaded? Nothing really in terms of scenery, Angels 1.5. Jeppesen created a scenery pack which puts in paratroopers, aircraft flying. It puts in German defences, ACAC and all the jazz. It's very, very good. Ragged Donkey, good afternoon. James is here. Welcome aboard. James Waters, welcome in. Eagle, or is it Eagle? Hope you're well, buddy. Sourdough Man, welcome in. Steve Claxton is here. You're looking great, lads. JP, he says, where's this now? Good day, Murph. From a first rain of the summer in South Africa. The rain season has started. Kozaki Flyer is here. Good to see you, Kozaki. Where's this now? Lucky Bo has subscribed. 7 months, man. Thank you very, very much indeed for your support. I hope you're well. As Mosh Pit Plays rambles in. Good to see you, Mosh. A very happy Sunday to you. So, yeah, as I said, we'll be a couple of minutes setting the scene, getting the aircraft into action. The DuckWorks Mod is working in 2024, which is great. So we're going to be using that one for today. And yeah, let's see how this one goes. There's limitations, of course, when it comes to multiplayer, so try not to worry too much. Hopefully there's no CTDs, no crashes, but if it happens, don't worry. As I said, we'll be taking our time. We'll be flying relatively low on this one, kind of 3,000 feet, thereabouts, and we can dip in lower when we start doing our paratroop drop runs over to the drop zones, right? So there's stuff happening. Filthy, the man, did you see what he did? Filthy gifted 5 tier 1 subs straight into the community because he's a mad lad. Filthy, thank you very, very much indeed, lads.
I put the car in swinger, baby.
If you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Filthy, do be sure to say thank you. Very kind of you. There's bonus subs as well. Valorant, yeah, right. They jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, I see what you did there. Have one. Have 2 maybe. Or, you know, random amounts. It's this thing they do on Twitch every now and again. It's great. Fantastic. Do you know? Means you can get large meals or, you know, extra cheese. But it's kind of mad. But Filthy, thank you very, very much indeed. But yeah, the DuckWorks mod, it's very, very good. It's awesome. So what we'll do, we'll come over to the screen and we'll start getting ourselves situated and discovering what it is we're going to be doing. So light off and camera over here. After Friday night, I'm hoping the audio issues that we were having are now fixed, or at least that's the hope when I change up all the scenes and the jazz. So hopefully that's going to be fixed as well. We'll have to wait and see, right? But we'll play it by ear. So anyway, this here is the DC-3 or C-47. There's a lot of confusion when it comes to a DC-3 or a C-47, right? And the main differences between them, they are in effect the same aircraft. However, the C-47 was the military designation of the DC-3 and it had some modifications made to it, right? Some of the avionics, some of the equipment on board, it featured that of the Eureka system, Eureka Rebecca. They lowered the floor, they extended the rear cargo door, they made it for a jump door, right? I was missing out on the vertical stream. This one was way better. Yes. So the idea behind the vertical stream, if anyone's watching on the vertical stream, welcome in. But it's primarily designed for those who would like to watch in the vertical form. You could be on your phone or you could have your iPad turned vertically. That's what that's for. For everyone else, if I do appear, like, you know, vertically, and you're using a TV or whatever, click on the other stream on YouTube and you'll see what the crack is there. Do you know? So, Ronnie Dillard, good to see you, Ron. Hope all is well. Tennessee, hello from Tipperary. B. Carlo rambles in. Good to see you, buddy. So the aircraft, it's an absolutely iconic machine. The DC-3 C-47, it is one of my all-time favourite aircraft. And it's just beautiful. And as I said, these things fly to this day. They're still in operation, mainly used in kind of remote places, but it's just a beautiful, beautiful machine. The livery we've gone with, it's that of That's All Brother. This was one of the first troop carrying aircraft into Normandy on D-Day, and there are a couple of, you know, issues when it comes to 2024. For example, strictly speaking, it's a 2020 aircraft, therefore it draws its own pilots, its own avatars inside the aircraft, and then 2024, well, that by default puts your pilot in there. So if you do kind of zoom in and look into the cockpit, it's a face on top of a face. It's quite disturbing, but we don't worry about that, right? Nick Clemens, if you type in all one word, ! how to multiplayer, that brings you to a link on YouTube of all the multiplayer settings to get yourself set up and up and running, right? So we'll wait and see what happens. With this aircraft, we can see we have a ground cart installed, and we're on ground power at the moment. So our plan is to get this machine up and running, and we'll be taking off here out of Fairford, and then we just head her on, right? But as I said, this is a beautiful plane. They live on today. They got a new turboprop upgrade. There's a company up in America that do them. They convert the old piston engine and they throw on a big fancy turboprop. So these aircraft are still very much flying to this day. In kind of modern culture, if anyone watched Ice Pilots, Buffalo Airways operate a number of these. And there was a company in England, Air Atlantic, before they kind of closed up shop. They were operating these as well. Yeah, Basler conversion. Yeah. They're up in Wisconsin there. And it was funny because they actually came across the actual aircraft, that's all brother. It was sitting out the back as kind of scrap. They're going to use it for spare parts and whatnot. And there was a documentary, it's on Netflix. There was a documentary of how they actually found the aircraft, and it's been completely restored, and it flies to this day in the original colours and markings and all the jazz. So this is our Chariot for today, and I'm looking forward to it. It's not necessarily a difficult aircraft to fly. The DuckWorks Mod do phenomenal work to it, especially with the kind of weight balance and how the aircraft should feel. These, from a pilot's point of view, versus what we have today in modern aviation, these things were such a physical aircraft to fly. You'd need gloves on, the switches and all. There was no real creature comforts with these things. They were big, they were heavy, but they were brilliant. They really, really were brilliant. Do you know what I mean? So let's go in and have a look at our routing here. So this flight plan, as I said, it's over on our Discord, and these waypoints, there were two lines, as I said. So the American 101st and the 82nd, then you had the British 1st, which was supported by the Polish Brigade. So we're going to fly out, we're going to be taking the southern route, and I've put in a couple of waypoints. We've Hatfield, Attu, Borneo, Miami, Catalina. These are the actual waypoint names for the flight element of Operation Market Garden. As you ramble over then to Deloy, it's over the main bridges. These are going to be drop zones. We have the Sun Bridge, we have the Vehel Bridge, Grav Bridge, Nijmegen itself, and then we're down into Arnhem. Now, Arnhem, of course, this was the bridge over the River Rhine. This was the main target. And while all this was to go on, 30 Corps on the Belgian border down at, was it Joe Bridge, I think, or Bridge Joe, or something Joe, right? We'll learn about it now in a moment. They were poised and ready, and they were to do that 60-odd mile dash straight up, collect and mix up with all the airborne components, because their idea was you had the Siegfried line here, which is massive defences on the German side. So by doing this, it was Monty who came up with the idea, punch a hole through the top and then swing into the Ruhr region into Germany. And the idea was, it was bold, and it had considerable risk, but if it worked, if this would actually work, it would have a massive impact on the outcome of the Second World War. And it's only 81 years ago, considering, we look at, from a history perspective, we look back at other battles that took place throughout the world, throughout history. This is very, very recent, and on a scale that's still in living memory. Unfortunately, only for a handful of people in terms of, the survivors and whatnot. They're dwindling away. That's the way time works. So for us, it's a great way to kind of bring their story forward, right? Because it's still in living memory, the experiences of what happened. But from the technology and the aviation side, when we consider what we have today when it comes to navigating with waypoints and GPS and engine capabilities and all that sort of stuff, when you realize what they had to do back then, they were nuts, right? They were nuts. In our time, we're looking back going, what? That's what they really? Do you know what I mean? So it's very interesting to see it. But I think it's a great opportunity for us, as I say, bring this story with us, bring it into the future so it's not forgotten. Because that's the problem in the world. People forget about this sort of stuff. And, But anyway, this is our flight path. A couple of 100 miles in it. So we'll be here for a few hours. But we're at the moment we're using live weather. Now, when they actually started flying this back in September 1944, well, the weather on the first day was actually relatively clear skies, and it was calm, it was nice. And then, the next couple of days, as they continued to do resupply missions, further paratrooper drops, there was a lot of fog in England that hampered them. And then as the days went on, bad weather started to come in, wind, rain, storms, and all the jazz, right? So that's how it's looking there. So we'll keep that guy sitting where it needs to be. JoinFS, I will go ahead and activate that now for those of you who use JoinFS. If you've never heard of JoinFS before, ! JoinFS. Basically what it is, if you're on the PC, it's a small little program that will allow you to use, X-Plane, P3D, Flight Sim 2020, Flight Sim 24, it doesn't matter, and we all connect together using the same server. Say Intentions are doing the very same thing with their add-on called Skynet, which is still under development, but it also works. Our group name on Skynet is TTM, Tango Mike. You pop that in there and you should be good to go. So let us have a look. I have a barrel load of notes now as well, so I'm going to bore the absolute bejesus out of you, right? But to give you an idea, don't know how many words I've put into this. It's about 10,000 words. But the overview of today, before we get up and running, what we're going to learn about. So we'll do our introduction, the strategic backstory, the context of World War II, what was going on in September of 1944, and why the Allies were pushing into the Netherlands, the geography and the logistics behind the choice of the Netherlands, the idea behind a bold, swift strike to end the war by Christmas, and of course we'll look at Montgomery's strategic vision and how we managed to pitch this to Eisenhower. The key decision makers, we're going to learn about Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, we're going to learn about Dwight D. Eisenhower, we're going to learn about Lieutenant General Lewis Brereton. Brereton. Who else? Brian Horrocks. We're going to learn about Frederick Browning. Boy Browning, that was his nickname. We'll learn about Major General Maxwell Taylor, who is OC of the 101st. We'll learn about Brigadier General James Gavin, OC of the 82nd. Major General Roy Urquhart of the 1st British Airborne. General Stanislaw Sosabowski, who is in charge of the Polish 1st Parachuting Brigade. Then, of course, you have from the German perspective, where we had Field Marshal Walter Model, who was the main kind of defensive character over in this neck of the woods. The mission itself, the code names, what they meant, the concept of operations, the aircraft that were used, and how it all came to be. Allied intelligence, what they got right, what they got wrong. The German defences, what units were here. Of course, we had the, what were they called? You had the Panzer II Group, I think they were called, but they were basically made up of the 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions. Now, the German defenders, the Panzer divisions, they saw action in Normandy, so this was very much a, they were kind of reconciliation phase of, they got a massive bombardment, of course, in Normandy, so they legged it back, reorganization, and then, start the fight again. We'll learn about the aircraft, the drop zones, the landing zones, the bridges, of course. We have all our bridges, and then the outcome of this as well. So there's quite a bit to get up and running here. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the aircraft into action. We're going to take off, and then we'll start with our strategic backstory of what this entire mission was all about. And again, the sources that I have, there's books, there's movies, documentaries, there's everything there. But it's pinch of salt. If I do manage to get something wrong, which I probably will, do be sure to let me know. Do you know what I mean? But now let me see. Are you still flying Southeast Asia? Yes, indeed. Turbo Mike, good to see you. Wicked Lumberjacks, welcome in. He says, I had a great uncle who was in the 82nd Airborne. He jumped to Market Garden and was ultimately taken as a POW. No way. Gibbo, good to see you. He goes, how are you? History. See you. Gibbo, have a great day. Brilliant. Lee Russell, welcome in. Captain Berg, good to see you. Is it only on FS Hub that you have a VA? At the moment, that's the most active one, Captain Berg, yes. That's where it is at the moment. But anyway, right, this aircraft, I can already see there's tons of people already here on the ground, which is awesome. And we're going to have, look at this, we have a mix of aircraft already. I can see we have Spitfires, a couple of Hurricanes, there's Lightnings there, we have Lancasters, DC-3s. This is going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully the model matching behaves itself, right? So before we do anything, let's just double check that our fuel is good for today's flight. So let me see, flight performance. Fuel, let's go 80% across all tanks. Actually, let's go 100% across all tanks. Load it in, and cargo and seats, leave all that blank for the moment. All right. Now, when it comes to our flight planning, I wonder will this be put in to our avionics? it might be. How can I do this now? I could do something mad here and get the flight in. Yes, I can. So here's one for you, right? Because there's strictly no avionics in the aircraft that I'm using, right? As in, sorry, when I say avionics, there's strictly no GPS in the aircraft that I'm using. This is the original, you know, not a modern take in it. You can fly the modern version, and instead of having, you know, a gyro pilot, it'll actually throw in a fully functioning autopilot. But for this, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to open up our GTN 750. This is from PMS 50, and we'll get this fired up here. And what I want to do, I want to export or import a flight plan into that, but I need to go looking for it. So where is this now? This will probably live in a folder, program files, because there's a way we can actually import a flight plan into this. If we go into flight plan and we say menu, import, so import from file, it may take a few seconds. So it is finding it, right? But that's not the right flight I want to find. So I need to go in and actually find this. So if I go into, it's probably somewhere in your app data, and we'll get this working. So let me see. Application data local. It'll either be under PMS 50 or it will be in programs. Let's have a look, lads. Programs. No, I don't see it there. Or maybe it's in the plugin itself. It could be in the plugin itself. PMS 50 GTN, FPL, GTN 750. Here we go. Right, so fpl.pln, that's the name of it. So if I grab me download, we're going to Market Garden, drop that in there. And we're going to change this to FPL. fpl.pln. And now we're going to try and import this again. So let me see. Import from file. There we go. And if we go back one onto the map, that should now show our full route, which it does. So basically, if you use the GTN 750 from PMS 50, you can, if you can't import things directly into your avionics, you can still import an actual flight plan that you've made yourself. It'll do a direct import from SimBrief, but you can do it this way, and it'll actually drop it in from your file, right? So that's what I've done. So that's already loaded up in there. We'll go back to that gadget after a while. We'll keep him up on top here, out of the way. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm using live weather, time of day. It's probably in around 11 o'clock-ish. Because they departed between 10 and 12, right? So it's 11:30 here during the day on live weather. We'll see how the live weather goes. Hopefully not too bad. Make sure you reset your baro and also your directional indicators as well. So to get the aircraft into action, we're currently on the battery cart, and we're using the power of the battery cart. So we'll go across here. Beacon light can come on. Position lights can come on. And next up is going to be that of our engine. So we'll come on down here. And tail wheel lock and autopilot, they're all fine. We're going to start off with getting our cowl flaps open, right? So we're going to open the valve red switch, and we come down here, and we have a little handle. And we're going to pump this, and over on the far panel, we're going to see our hydraulic pressure starting to come up. We're looking for about 750. No such thing as, auxiliary hydraulic pump, right? So there's about 750. Close the valve, and we're going to open up our cowls now. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. And that'll take a little bit of hydraulic pressure out of the system with it, right? So what we're going to do in order to start this machine, we have a couple of things to do. Our fuel tanks, left-hand side, left main, right side main. And I'm going to start this with how I usually start it, right? So our prop fully forward. Mixture is going to come in, so we need to bring these guys all the way up. Come on now, you devil, you. And we're going to go into auto rich. There's the right side, and we'll do the same now with the left side. Everyone has their own way of starting this. If you follow the book of what way this aircraft is started, it doesn't play nice, so you kind of have to do a go-between, right? Throttle is just slightly idle. We'll go ahead and open that up a small bit, and we'll focus now on the overhead. So what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that our ignition switch is live. We're going to go for the right side first. Or is it the left side? I'll go for the right side. Booster pump coming on the right-hand side. Engine primer will engage. I always give that a couple of moments just to blast it. You are the auxiliary pump. Yes, 100%. So right side mags come on. Bit more prime going in there. And we're going to engage the right-hand side. So we energize, then we mesh, I think. I could be wrong. Or maybe we mesh. No, we energize the mesh. So we'll hear that starting to come up. Open our window here as well. So that's energizing us away, and now we'll go for the starter. So we'll say clear prop. And hopefully this fires. She fires. Okay, quick check down here on instruments. Right hand side, RPM is looking good. Bring her up a bit. Manifold pressure, bring it up as well. All sorts of shaking, rattling and rolling. Easy now. As the engine warms up, the RPM will increase itself. Alright, that seems to me like a good start, so we continue on with our flows. Close the window. Alrighty. Generator for the right hand side, activate. That's going to give us some power. And now we do the very same with the left side. Pump's coming off. Left side pump coming on. We're going to give it a bit of primer before we do anything. Keep the cowl flaps open. So just after engine start, we're going to bring them from the open position back into the trail position, and then we'll see what happens then, right? So there's a bit of primage for the left side. We're going to go ahead and open up the mags. Fuel is already set. That's starting to energize now. Window open.
Hello there.
Quack Duck, welcome in. And now we'll go for a start on the left hand side. We have a spin. Usually about 12. There she goes. Double checking our instruments. Left engine's coming up, and as it warms up, you'll see it go then into what it needs to. Alright, close the windows. One up here on top. We're going to go ahead and turn on the left generator. At this stage now we can disconnect. So we're going to go onto the ship battery, disconnect the battery cart. We're looking good here. Pitot, shouldn't need it for the moment. Oil dilution not modelled. Go ahead and close the doors. Cowl flaps bring them to trail. That's looking good with me. And we do have an aircraft probably on Joint FS, probably in the wrong livery, so let's go in and investigate. So let me see, Druid Zeus, DC-3, Firefly Air. I think that is the problem, so we're going to just change this one up. Let me see here now, because I think the Firefly Air livery doesn't work in 24. So let me see, DC-3, let's see, can we change it to that? So we need to see, well, who's that aircraft hopping around? Let's see. So it's not that. That's all, brother. Red and yellow. Alright, we'll have to change this again. So, substitute. Diddly-dee-dee-dee, diddly-dee-dee-dee. Let's see here now. Would it be under Airplane Heaven, or would it be under... No, it'd be under DC-3, wouldn't it? Uno momento, lads. DC Designs, DC-6. I wonder where this is. Does it come in under Airplane Heaven? AH. AT. Huh. No. So why aren't they working? I saw at least 5 DC-3s in there. We'll find it here now in a moment. So it could be DC dash. Sometimes you're going to get these livery issues, so we'll try and fix it. Because the last thing you want is a plane hopping around with a big, you know, shaking purple thingy. Do you know what I mean?
Behave.
So we're quite okay letting the engines warm up here now anyway. So Aviation Tyler, welcome in, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome to the flight crew. Hope you're well. Let me see her. Doesn't seem to be doing them. It's definitely the aircraft. So I'd say what's wrong, you've a DC-3, that's all, brother. Douglas, so it needs to be a Douglas. That's what's wrong, so we'll change it to a Douglas, right? And there now, we'll try one last time. So we're going to filter words. Douglas. And let's see if this works. There we go. There she be. Right, is there anyone else with a pink texture that we need to worry about right now? No, we're looking okay. If it comes up again, we'll know what to do, yeah? Right, lovely job. Late start for me. Digital Mark, good to see you. Mugga T, good to see you. Alright, so we're looking good. Flaps will be the next one.
Hello there.
So we want to set a quarter flaps. Flaps are set. Sounds are loud, but I suspect that's another aircraft, so that's okay. Hydraulics are all okay, that's okay, and our pressures are looking good. So, friends, we're going to come off the brakes. Come on with the power. And we're going to go out to the right here. We're going to be blasting off from, I think it's 22 is the runway. And let's see what happens here, right?
And pull the big switch, good buddy.
Whoa! London controller in with the rage. Hey, look at that for timing. Jamie, welcome in. Hope you guys had an awesome stream. Happy Sunday, lads. We're here doing a... Well, I'm doing something. Eyes up, look.
Hello there.
Oh, wait, I never turned on me avionics.
Allow myself to introduce myself.
So we're here doing a commemorative flight for Operation Market Garden. 81 years ago is when this all kind of kicked off. So our flight plan today, we're going to be departing out of Fairford here in England, and we're going to be rambling over to the Netherlands. So flight plan and all the jazz is over in our Discord, and it's following the flight of the 101st Airborne. Of course, we'll learn about the 82nd and also the 1st British Airborne, along with the Polish brigade as well. So that's what our route looks like. And you would be most welcome if you'd like to join in, lads. There's a mix of all types of aircraft, from the old World War II stuff to, you know, Cold War and, you know, all sorts of jazz. I'll sit here and let the lads go up the road. You wouldn't want to share the bed with them, they'd have you on the ground, you know. But hope you're well. Hope you had an awesome stream, buddy. Welcome in, lads. Very happy Sunday to you. So welcome in, lads. Welcome in. We've done this flight a few times, and it's always fun. And there's loads of information to learn, or you know, or the BJs is out here, either or. But it's pretty cool. So we have a ton of aircraft here. We're on the Southeast Asian server, and we're just going to be taxiing down here. Let me see here now. Ownership. Jesus, there's buttons. Valorant. London. What the name of what? London controller has... What? Did you just see what he did? He gifted how many? 20 subs? Jesus!
I put the car in swinger, baby.
And then Valorant came in with 2, 4, 6, 26 subs, Jamie. Are you off your... Are you mad? Is he absolutely mad? Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to London controller, God, be sure to say thanks. What a legend. Jamie, thank you very, very much indeed. Jesus, lads. The man needs no introduction at all. It is that of London Controller. The multitasker who can, you know, sing, dance, talk, fly, control, drink, breathe, and do other things all at the same time. Unbelievable, man. Where is this now? We'll click in that. Thank you very, very much indeed. That's insane support. Bloody hell, look. So we're here trying to do a thing. It seems to be working. A little Lancaster there, look. Jesus. So historically, we always did these flights in 2020 because they tend to behave a little bit more. And using Join FS, you sometimes the noise. You sometimes get planes doing this. Listen, we can't explain it. We just know what happens, right? So, yeah, that's what it does. We'll also need to keep an eye on our fuel as we're moving. So we're on our main tanks at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on our main tanks because this sort of a flight will have to use the entirety of it. Also, lads, there is some custom scenery being used from Jeppesen 2001, and well, what it is it puts in other aircraft, it puts in paratroopers being dropped, it puts in anti-aircraft fire, and you'll see, you know, you'll see kind of high explosive stuff in the air. And there are sounds there, they're just not terribly loud. In 2020, they're very loud. You know what I mean? So what I recommend is, lads, once you're ready for takeoff, fly the runway heading and maybe just do a left-hand departure out of here to the south and then circle back up again. Because we'll probably have a good few of us here, you know? So look at that Lancaster look, right?
Hello there.
Don't mind the fact that, you know, we're all bunched up. It's totally fine. Do you know? Let me see now. Athanasius, welcome in. Is it that's a great name. Athanasius. Very welcome in. Flying Tonight, thank you very much indeed for your resub to the channel. 9 months, dude. Thanks very much. Valorant definitely hates you. what was Valorant giving Jamie? Gotta run. Jamie, thank you very, very much again, dude, for the raid and for that insane sub bomb. You're very kind, dude. Thank you very, very much indeed. What a legend. The man's a legend. And shockingly tall if you meet him in person. Shockingly tall. Agent Presta is here. Just flew it last night for the first time in a long time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's awesome, man. So when you're ready, lads, start taking off because there's a queue of us here trying to get out. Yep, there's a few of us now just trying to, you know, we're just trying to do our thing as we taxi. It'd be interesting to see. Easy now. Alright. It's a large fleet, it really is. Alright, so coming up onto the main runway, let's go ahead and get our lights on. Your passing light was purely that for... There's a dude sitting in the air. Your passing light was mainly for just kind of friendly navigation, so they'd see if you're coming against them or going beyond, right? Boosters on the left, we can now bring them off. And we can get some internal lights in here. We won't need them. It's a daytime flight. That's what made the whole thing kind of friggin' nuts, right? They flew this during the day. Normandy was at night, using the cover of the darkness. Do you know what I mean? Alright, easy now. Alright, 2-7 is what we're going for. We're going to get ourselves lined up here. Okay, we're looking good. We're walking and we're talking. We'll get a bit of squawk and stuff here just for radar. And... Alright, friends, time is 16:47. Power coming in. Let's go flying. Oh, the sound. Airspeed alive. Our tail wheel is up. Try and keep on the straight and narrow. Coming up on 80 miles an hour. Easy now. Easy, easy. We're heavy. 90 miles an hour. Upsy daisy. There's 100, we're airborne. Positive rate of climb, and we're indicating the climb. Gear coming up. Easy now. Flaps coming in. Now just add in a small bit of trim here. Just take a bit of pressure off the off our controls there, pulling them back. Ah, look at that Vulcan, man. Jesus. Okay, nice clean takeoff. Bit more trim needed. Easy does it now. Speed 140 miles an hour. That's pretty good. The sounds of piston engines is the best in the world, isn't it? The sound's pretty cool, isn't it? Alrighty then. Right, we're doing well. So it's going to be a left turn here as we kind of circle around. We're in and around Oxford anyway, as I said, taking off out of Fairford. So small little roll here to the left. At this stage, landing lights can come off. Beacon can stay on. Position lights can stay on. That's all grand. And we'll get into cheat mode here. So what we want to do, we're finished with our hydraulics at the moment. Blue handle needs to come forward, and this is going to give power into our gyro pilot, or effectively your autopilot. If you don't move that forward, there's not enough power to control the surfaces for your autopilot, right? So we're going to come over here to our PMS 50 GTN 750. We're going to come down to its autopilot, and this should give us a bit of chance here. So it does. Altitude select, we're going to call it 3,000 feet. Heading mode, we're going to say heading, And we're going to swing onto a heading of... Keep her going. Let's call this one probably in and around the 100-ish. Easy now, easy now. So if I can just type this in, give us a heading of 100 degrees, enter. There she is, she's starting to respond. We'll throw in a 90. Alrighty then. We're looking good. We're sitting on 2,000 feet. We're going to go into VS mode. We're going to go up the road. Let's climb it at around 800 feet a minute. CDI, we're going to put it into GP. Why doesn't it want GPS mode? Think, Murphy. Close off our cowl flaps. Autopilot is on. Why won't you have GPS? That's interesting. Nav mode, GPS. Huh. This could be fun, lads. This could be fun. V-lock. So she's stuck onto... let's see here now. We do have autopilot, so I'm wondering why we're not able to get GPS mode dialed in. It's not a big to-do. It's just pure handiness, but let's see here now. Pump. That goes forward for a gyro pilot, right? Emergency landing gear, don't need that. Alright, it's heading mode it's going to be, lads. So 088 is what we're after. 088. Autopilot, flight director. But we've nothing on the nav side, so it'll go VOR.
It's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Probably didn't like the flight plan. Oh, flight plan should be okay. Let me see here. We can go VORs if we want. You know, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Fornax, thank you very much indeed for your 36 months. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, it doesn't like flight director. Yaw dampener. Alright, stick it on to heading mode. 088. We'll be flying this for about 58 nautical miles. So, let me see here now. What's funny is, check the map in your GTN to see the magenta line is there. Yeah, it is, yeah. We just, there's some, it's like there's something blocking it. It's like there's something blocking it. There's no, like, master switch on, well, there kind of is. Let's think now, Murph, think. What if we did that? Nope. There's no other switch that I can think of. I can cycle the autopilot switch. Alright, let's see what this does now. So if we say V-lock GPS. No, it keeps jumping back, look. Alright, not to worry. Autopilot back in. We're going to say autopilot, we're going to say heading, and we're going to say altitude. Alright. Just one of those things, I suppose. Menu, altitude select, that's okay. Skyparian, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's not a big to do, like, I'm not worried about it. We can go this, we can just fly this by heading, and to be honest, that's what they had to do back in the day, so tis what it is. We're going to stick it on heading at the moment. Let me see, heading and altitude. We're looking for 3,000. We're sitting on 3,000. Go ahead and put you back up there. And what else do you want to do now? Aircraft itself is behaving, so it's going to be our power, right? So as we're kind of booting along here, 177 knots, that's 200 on our own side. Manifold pressure, start bringing you back gently into the green. We're going to go 40 inches. On our RPM, we're going to drop you back to 24. And 40 inches. Alright, easy does it. Speed is probably going to hover up a little bit more now because the prop is more efficiently biting. That's looking good. And then we'll do a small course correction then in the moment, right? Oh, it looks pretty. Look at that. The amount of aircraft we have moving here. This is nuts. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, so what else do you want here? Windshield, no. Lights, landing lights, passing lights, battery, landing gear, prop heat, panel lights, bring them on. Booster pumps are on, gens are on, lights here are on, gear light is up, fuel main tanks are okay. What else do you want to look at here? Yeah, we're okay. That's radio. I don't think there's anything else here when it comes to whatchamacallit, our GPS. I don't believe there is. Now, where's me little button? There we go. Okay. So we try VLOC again. No. Alright. That's quite okay. Let's go back one. Back two. Look at the map. Zoom in. Small little adjustment to our left. Get onto that magenta line. Where's the FMC in this thing? You're totally lost, right? I'm the same. Ashvin is here, good to see you. Hayden, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Hope you're well, lads. Right, that's all grand, that's all grand, that's all grand. And that's all grand. Leave him up there. And as we fly to intercept that magenta line, we're holding at around 3,000 feet. Speed is good, about 190 over the ground in knots. And let's see here. Some savage views of the British countryside. This is live weather. We just brought the time back to around 11:30 or so. It's next to the afterburner. But yeah, isn't it class when you consider these aircraft, lads? Back in the day, I mean, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. Fuel is grand. That's all grand. Right. We haven't broken anything yet, so all is well. So at this stage, back in the day, the aircraft thousands of aircraft, thousands would have been taking off, all getting into holding patterns, and then they'd start flying towards out towards the Netherlands. And it was said that, the armada in the sky, the line of aircraft, the trail of all the columns was over 90 miles long. Like it was almost horizon to horizon aircraft coming over. Unbelievable stuff, right? Unbelievable stuff. But we have some notes here, so we'll go through our introduction. As I said, it's all about Market Garden. This is a commemorative flight. 81 years ago, just a few days ago, 81 years, is when all of this kind of happened, right? Colonel Fork, good to see you in the Lancaster too, buddy. So where and when? Well, September 1944, the Allies, having stormed the beaches of Normandy 3 months earlier on the 6th of June, D-Day, they've broken out of the Normandy blockade and raced across France with astonishing speed. Paris had been liberated, the German 7th Army is in retreat, and Allied supply lines are straining to keep up with the rapid advance. The war seemed to be nearing its end. Allied High Command believed they stood on the brink of total victory. One last push into Germany's industrial heartland, the Ruhr, could potentially bring an end to the war by Christmas. But there were problems. Why the Netherlands? Well, the idea was to bypass the heavily defended Siegfried Line by punching through a lightly held Netherlands, cutting through the North German plain, capturing key Rhine bridges and driving east into the Ruhr. However, the Netherlands, it presented some unique challenges. Rivers, canals and dikes made direct armour assaults risky. Bridges were the only way across. Most Dutch terrain was flood prone, especially if the Germans sabotaged floodgates, and a single narrow highway would need to be held open for the tanks in order to advance. Well, the plan? Seize the bridges before the Germans could destroy them. The strategic plan, well, it was the largest airborne operation in history up until that point. Right? It was codenamed Operation Market Garden, and it was an audacious two-part strike. Operation Market. This was the airborne phase. 3 Allied airborne divisions, including the 101st Airborne, the 82nd, that's of the United States, and then they had the British Airborne, which was made up of course, the Canadians, and you had the Polish Brigade in there as well. Well, they would drop into the Netherlands and seize 8 key bridges along a 64-mile or 100-kilometre corridor, right? Down on the right hand a little bit. Operation Garden, well, that was the ground phase. The British 30 Corps would launch a rapid armoured advance from the Belgian border down at the starting point called Joe's Bridge, which was near Neerpelt, and up the corridor toward Arnhem, linking up with each airborne unit in sequence. If successful, the Allies would be across the Rhine, outflank the Siegfried Line, and deep into German territory before the enemy could even react. Montgomery's bold pitch, right? So when the plan was championed by Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery, commander of the 21st Army Group, well, he had grown frustrated with command's current broad front strategy and wanted a single concentrated thrust into the north that would carry the war into Germany. Monty pitched this idea to General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, as a way to deliver a decisive knockout. Eisenhower agreed, reluctantly, and diverted resources to make it all happen. The plan was bold and the risk was huge, but the potential win here, the potential outcome, if this actually worked, well, it could have been huge. And Monty, at this stage, I mean, he already shown what he could do in North Africa. He was very, very strong when it came to Normandy, right? In particular, when he was trying to take what's the town? What's it called? The big, massive place south of Bayeux. Trying to remember it. Oh, that you're shown as a Lancaster, you're in a jug. Really? Caen, yes. I would think of Caen, right? And it took them some time to get out and take Caen. Jesus, there was a big stutter. But anyway, we're alive. We'll keep flying, lads, and see what happens. Down on the right hand, 3 clicks. So, the plan was ambitious but dangerously fragile. The entire operation hinged on holding the bridges. The advance route was a single highway, vulnerable of being cut out. Weather had to be perfect for several days. That's a tall order in Northern Europe. The airborne divisions could only be resupplied from the air, and reinforcements would take days to arrive. The furthest objective, Arnhem, would need to be held by lightly armed paratroopers until the tanks arrived. That was estimated maybe 2 to 3 days. Then you had the time pressure. A rapid tempo was everything. Each airborne unit would drop, seize its bridge and hold it as 30 Corps moved up the road. They would reinforce the airborne positions one by one. The 101st would be the first near Eindhoven, followed by the 82nd near Nijmegen, and then finally the 1st Airborne, Arnhem, the furthest and most critical objective. By holding Arnhem for 2 to 3 days, without tanks, artillery or even heavy resupply, that was no small ask. It was a gamble for glory. Market Garden was a high-stakes gamble, one of the most daring operations of the entire war. It offered a chance to end the war in 1944, but at tremendous cost if it failed. It ultimately became one of the most controversial Allied operations. It was a blend of tactical brilliance, flawed intelligence, immersive bravery, and tragic miscalculation. Ooh. So that's the story of it. We're going to learn more and more. We're going to dive further and further into all of this. We're going to learn next about the key decision makers, the commanders who were involved in this, and not just of the Allied side when we look at the British and the American, but also on the German side as well. So we'll dive into those in a little bit. But let's have a quick look at what we're doing here. Rain is ahead. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. P8 Roy, good to see you, Roy. Late on parade, was having lunch with the Outlaws. Stu, good to see you. Attenborough's A Bridge Too Far, highly recommended. Soldier Mocka, yeah, great movie, man. Grumpy Martin, welcome in. GPS works on mine with Flow Pro, but I had to push the pump behind the gyro. The pump behind the gyro. Well, I've done that. So, we're in the forward position, gyro pilot. Yeah? Now, if I bring this back, we should lose autopilot, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I do it here, look. GPS. No, it keeps resetting. It's weird, right? So I've lost autopilot by doing that. So come back here. Autopilot in. Outer Space Guy, thank you very much indeed for subscribing. Welcome in, buddy. So we'll go back. Can we change this GPS? She won't hold GPS. Ah, well. Heading sync. Now try it. That's really weird, isn't it? She'll go, like, she'll go via war and whatnot, but... are you able to fly German warplanes for their point of view? Of course, if you'd like to, yeah, no problem. When was Operation Market Garden? It was in September 1944. So the original plan was set to happen, I think they only agreed for it on the 10th of September, which only gave them a few days. Literally a few days to say, right, we're going, we're off, we're on this one, you know? And between kind of the 25th was 17th, 25th. Was it the 15th? The 17th to the 25th. So the movements would have started on the 15th in the UK, right? So that would have started moving all the ground forces from all the various bases, and also moving aircraft. And aircraft was a huge challenge for them. They didn't have a lot of aircraft to kind of move them, do you know what I mean? Now the weather shouldn't be doing what it's doing, but this is where we kind of, you know, it's a commemorative flight, so we're doing it in the modern day and trying to keep things as close as they were back then, right? So wait and see. Manny says, where did you get your stuff? Which? You kind of pick them up over time, Manny, do you know what I mean? Bandit Brothers has a segment regarding Operation Market Garden. It does. It absolutely does. You need the retrofit version with the 530 to hold GPS, as Ace of Spades. No, man, I did on this before. Using the GTN stuff, but yeah. Albert says, I walked the landing grounds for several years during my 4-day march at Nijmegen and the Airborne Remembrance March at Arnhem. Nice. That's awesome. Doug is here. Good to see you. Grumpy Martin, hello. But yeah, it's it's a fascinating story. I don't know how much rain we're gonna have here, but so listen, we'll keep her lit for the minute, right? Just Tom, that's a tight formation. We got loads of people flying with us. We'll get a head count here now in a moment, lads. But as I said, like, you know, when we did our D-Day flight, that was night time, and that was the initial invasion. And you can imagine, I mean, like, you know, the 17th of September, after June 6th. There's nothing in it, right? And all of a sudden now you have the largest airborne operation happening to bring them all in to bring them into the Netherlands. It was crazy, absolutely was. Beefcake, thank you for the follow. Digital Merc, you got caught up? No worries, man. So as I said, with our flight plan, we're going to be tipping out over the North Sea. Let me see. We're going to be tipping out over the North Sea. And, well, as you can see here, we're kind of following that magenta line. Now, for Garmin Pilot, obviously, I can't put in kind of fancy custom waypoints. These are airports closest to our route. So we'll be flying fairly close to those. But then we can see, once we get to our waypoints, we're going to be heading up then over Arnhem. And then we're heading back on the northern route here as well. So in terms of weather, I should be able to get weather. Overlays... Radars there, clouds, we can bring them in. And we should see a little bit of, we should be able to see a little bit of precip on this as well. Let me see, internet base would be the one. There we go. So that's going to show if there's any rain in the area. So what we're currently flying into the minute, because this isn't live, this is probably bringing the time back. That's where the thing gets confusing, you know. I had the retrofit version, but the avionics doesn't work. I used the PMS 50 instead. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Never got to work in the PMS GPS unless I had the 530. Yeah. Interesting day. Black Ice Gabe is here. Good to see you, Gabe. Welcome in. My both relatives from Denmark and Ireland both fought on both sides of the Second World War. Wow, that's interesting, man. Right, speed-wise, we're doing well. Aircraft are doing well. Keep an eye on our fuel. And we're just about to hit our first waypoint. This one called Hatfield. So if we bring up Navigraph here, when you're ready, Navigraph, there you go. So we're about to overfly Hatfield, then it's over to Attu, and from Attu it's over to Borneo, Miami, Catalina, Ghent, and then Deloy. From Deloy, this is where we'll start our paratroop drop run. All right. So yeah. But again, just interesting you know, in terms of the situation of what was going on. And like the Siegfried line, right? It was known in German as the West Wall. It was a German defensive line built during the late 1930s. It started in 1936 opposite the French Maginot Line, and it stretched for more than 630 kilometres, about 390 miles, right? It started out in Cleve on the border with the Netherlands along the western border of Nazi Germany, and the town of Well am Rhein, or Wil am Rhein, on the border with Switzerland. So to give you an idea of the size of it, right, and what was in it. Jeez, the weather's nuts, isn't it? It had all sorts of defensive positions put in there. You know, anti-tank, all that sort of stuff. So that's what the Siegfried line looked like. Right? It was massive. And it was massive German fortifications in the entire area. So as you can see from it here, where Monty wanted to bring them in by, if we look at it here, well, he wanted to swing them up Eindhoven, up to Arnhem, just above the Siegfried line, and then swing them down into the Ruhr. And you can see on the left hand side, well, this is very much, we had Schaeff with Eisenhower, you had Monty, and of course you had the most famous Third Army with what was his name, General Patton, and Monty very much wanted to take the forces up to the north. All right, some of the defenses then that were there, we'll skip ahead a couple of pictures, but bunkers, of course, ammunition machine gun nests, this sort of messing for tank traps. Like, it was a heavily fortified position. Does this weather carry on for much? Because when they flew, it was relatively clear skies. I think we might have to change the weather. We'll see. We'll keep her lit for another few minutes. We are going the right way though, so this should drop once we get out near Southend, I imagine. No rain in Amsterdam currently. Thank you, Albert. All right. So what have we got here? Look at this. We have a Lightning, we have DC-3s and C-47s. Dougal's way over there. We've NorCal, we've Your Mama with us. Looks to be in a Spitfire. Pretty cool. Thanks, Roy. There's Nace over there. It's beautiful with the clouds. I mean, look, we all love and admire the you know, the satellite terrain and the ground scenery, but like the sky scenery, it's incredible. It really is. Rob is in a hurricane. Nice, man, nice. All right, so we'll tip on along this. We're just directly over Hatfield now. Our next waypoint being that of Attu. So, where's this button over here? So the key decision makers, the commanders of Market Garden. Operation Market Garden, success or failure, well, it rested heavily on the shoulders of the men who designed it, those who led it, and of course those who carried it out. Some were seasoned veterans, others ambitious leaders seeking glory, and all were under immense pressure to bring the war to a conclusive and decisive end. We just got a raid, Viper Strike, welcome in, buddy. Many thanks for the raid, hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. So let's meet the key figures of both the Allied and Axis sides who played pivotal roles in the planning and execution. So we'll start off...
myself to introduce
myself. Cheers, Muse. We'll start off at the very top. So the Supreme Allied Commander, which was General Dwight D. Eisenhower, American. His rank, Supreme Allied Commander of SHAEF, that was the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. And his role, well, very much the final authority over Allied military operations in Europe. A diplomatic, calm and politically astute commander, Ike Eisenhower was responsible for coordinating the vast multinational Allied war machine. He supported the broad front strategy, advancing evenly across the entire Western Front, but when presented with Montgomery's bold plan for a narrow thrust through the Netherlands, he agreed, with reservations, in hopes of ending the war quickly. Right? So Ike went on a course after the war. We're getting all sorts of stutters. Ike went on after the war to become the US president, right? And like D-Day, there's some cracking autobiographies about him, but like D-Day was his most kind of, that's when all the pressure kind of just horsed in on him, right, when it came to D-Day, because he knew no matter what was going to happen, there was going to be loss of life. He knew that. You know what I mean? Let me see, we got a follow there as well. Waze, thank you very much indeed. Welcome in, buddy. I'm just trying to see what's going to happen with the weather here. It's very, well, isn't it? But sure, listen, it's beautiful to look out the window at, isn't it? So we'll keep motoring on. But yeah, Ike was a very, very interesting character, and like he was appointed Supreme Allied Commander. He was the boss. He was the boss, and I'd say now, between having to deal with all the multinational sides within the Allied contingent. I mean, sure, that was his bread and butter when it came to his political career. Throttle on rental, surely not. No. What's my throttle settings? So there we go, we're at 40 inches manifold, 2400 on our RPM. So 40 and 24, easy. And that's giving me about 210 indicated. That's where she's at the moment, so we should be okay. There's a lot of soup. There is. I don't know how far this will continue, but sure, we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens, right?
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
It does look very nice, though. Thank you, Viper Strike. So anyway, moving on. Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery, British, commander of the 21st Army Group, overall architect of Operation Market Garden. A hero of El Alamein, Montgomery was known for his meticulous planning and iron discipline, but also his arrogance and difficult relations with American commanders. He advocated for a bold, narrow thrust through Holland to outflank the German Siegfried Line and to reach the Ruhr. Market Garden was his creation. He believed it could end the war by Christmas. Now, with Monty, yes, he was kind of difficult to deal with, especially with the American commanders and the British commanders, to be fair. He was very well respected by his own men. And prior to Market Garden, he had shown incredible capabilities and also, strategic and tactical brilliance over the years. And Market Garden, I mean, from the planning stage, it was brilliant. Monty was also heavily involved on D-Day. And of course out in North Africa, like there was a lot of stuff that he knew, and history kind of portrays him as kind of an awkward, not fully aware of what was going on sort of a character, which I don't think is necessarily accurate. I mean, there was no doubt it was a bold plan, it was a risky plan, but what if it worked? He'd have been heralded genius, But what I thought was very interesting, it was the camaraderie of his troops, his soldiers. They had incredible respect for the man. They'd follow him anywhere. So natural born leader, So very interesting. Zard, full throttle, can't keep up. Are you using live weather? I wonder. But yeah, so anyway, the main story was Monty managed to convince Eisenhower to divert these supplies, most importantly, as I said, away from Patton, because they wanted this kind of steady approach, this structured approach of just, taking mile by mile by mile, this giant line of the Allied advance. And that's how they wanted to play all of this. And Monty's plan was, now let's park this. We're going to do something quite audacious here. We're going to go up and strike them a hard blow. So only the turbo version DuckWorks Mod will keep up. Are you not flying in the DuckWorks Mod? Uh-oh. So if you're in the standard DC-3, what sort of speeds are you getting? Because I could drop it back if we need to. No, we seem to be okay. I wouldn't worry too much, lads, anyway, because we're going to be circling around the bridges and all that when we get up there. So if you find yourself falling a little bit far behind, don't worry. We can ease off some of the speed here in a moment as well. And we might have to change out some of this weather. We'll wait and see what happens, right? I forgot I had the supercharger. You're sitting at 200 now. Yes, there is a supercharger. These fellas right here. If you need to get your speed. Next up, we're going to learn about Lieutenant General Frederick Boy Browning. British, Deputy Commander of the 1st Allied Airborne Army and overall commander of the airborne troops during Market Garden. He was charismatic, well connected. He was married to the author, was it Daphne, how do you pronounce her name? Was it Daphne du Maurier? Was that her name? Browning had little operational airborne experience, but he played a major role in orchestrating the deployment of these airborne divisions. He flew into the Netherlands with HQ staff and was based near Grosbeek. Tasked with coordinating the entire airborne assault. Infamously optimistic, he was alleged to have said, "I think we might be going a bridge too far." His intelligence staff ignored key signs of German armoured presence near Arnhem, contributing to a later disaster. So, Frederick Browning, if you ever watched it, he's your man with the tash in The Bridge, or A Bridge Too Far. Next up then we had Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks, British, commander of 30 Corps. That was part of the British Second Army. He led the ground advance in Operation Garden. He was respected, energetic and popular among his troops. Horrocks had a reputation for aggressive action and clear communication. However, his corps would face the daunting task of racing up a single raised highway through hostile territory. That highway, that 60-odd mile stretch, well, it later became known as Hell's Highway. 30 Corps was the unit responsible for linking up with each of the airborne units along the way, and they were expected to reach Arnhem in 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days. Next up then we have Major General Maxwell D. Taylor, the CO of the 101st Airborne Division. An American, codename Screaming Eagles was that of the 101st, and his role, well, to seize and hold the bridges between Eindhoven and Veghel. He was a Princeton graduate and artillery officer. Taylor had successfully commanded the 101st Airborne during the Normandy campaign. He was intelligent and pragmatic. He believed in close integration between airborne and ground forces. He led the southernmost drop near Eindhoven. The 101st jobs was to seize 5 bridges to open up the corridor for 30 Corps. They did encounter very tough resistance. So Maxwell Taylor, General Taylor, if you watch Band of Brothers, you hear General Taylor. The night is the night of nights. All that kind of stuff, right? Fascinating stuff. Next up then we had Brigadier General James M. Gavin, officer commanding the 82nd Airborne Division, American as well. The 82nd, they were all Americans. You had the Screaming Eagles and all American. He was to capture the bridges at Grave, Nijmegen and also the Grosbeek Heights. At just age 37, Gavin was the youngest division commander in the United States Army. He was nicknamed the Jumping General after he jumped with his men into combat and was respected for his courage and intellect. Tasked with seizing the crucial Nijmegen Bridge and holding the heights around Grosbeek, delays in capturing Nijmegen contributed. It was said that he horsed his back out of it when he landed. He broke bones in his back when he landed. Right? Heading 136. Come on, Muse! An immediate turn is needed, look. So, down the left hand, heading 136. Do. 136. Good man, Muse. Only for you, you'd have been terrible trouble. Do you see? This is why I was never going to make it. I was never going to make it as a pilot. And we're going kind of that rough direction, you know. We'll have to do a small bit of course correction there, so we'll actually go 150 and re-pick up this line. And I'm hoping the weather now starts, you know, clearing up a bit. Not looking terribly interesting out there, but sure, we'll see what happens, right? But yeah, James Gavin, the 82nd Airborne, he was young. He was 37 being a general, a brigadier general. Friggin' nuts, right? Next up then we have Major General Roy Urquhart, the 1st Airborne Division. He was played, of course, by Sean Connery in the movie. The code name for the 1st British Airborne, the Red Devils, that was their name, Red Berets. Their role was to land near Arnhem, seize and hold the final Ryan Bridge. He was a tough and competent infantry commander. Roy had no previous airborne experience. In actual fact, he had air sickness. He wasn't able to fly, right? He was thrust into a complex and ambitious operation under challenging conditions. He would command the most isolated and vulnerable unit. Not only that, the drop zone for these guys was 8 miles away from Arnhem. 8 miles. And we'll look at the drop zones a little bit later on, but like they already had a massive challenge at the very beginning. And of course they had a ton of issues when they did land. Next up then we have Major General Stanislaw Sosabowski, Polish 1st Independent Parachute Brigade. He was Polish. His job was to reinforce the 1st Airborne near Arnhem. He was a hardened veteran. Sosabowski had escaped Poland in 1939 and he led his brigade with the hope of liberating his homeland. Blunt, independent and often at odds with British command, he was deeply committed to his men. The Polish brigade was dropped late due to weather. There wasn't enough aircraft to get everyone in the one drop. And the idea was that they were going to stagger reinforcements and supplies over a number of days. And as we'll learn later on, well, the mission brief wasn't flexible enough to allow for changes. This is what's happening. We stick to the plan. That's it. It wasn't flexible. So we heard of, and it was said, you know, later resupply coming in. You know, they were famously dropping in friggin' berets and cap badges, and they needed weapons, they needed ammunition, and food and water. But because all the, you know, the air forces were all based on, okay, what's the chalk today? Okay, well, we need to fly this stuff. Because this was based on the entire operation, saying, on this day we'll reach this point. On this day we'll reach that point. Then we're going to be preparing to go over this bridge and enter Germany. The entire mission was not built to be flexible for change. Therefore, you had the wrong supplies coming in at the wrong time. And that was one of the major issues of how this operation actually was executed. It's mad when you think about it. From the Polish point of view, they were eager to fight. I mean, the Poles fought alongside RAF. They were some of the greatest pilots. They had just, you know, an uncanny ferociousness about them, and some of the stories that you've read and the camaraderie that they had with other nationalities within the RAF, fascinating. From their ground soldiers and the paratroopers, again, they were so you know, enthusiastic to get back on the ground, boots on the ground, and get fighting. And the, you know, the suspense and the waiting and all of this until they can actually be flown in. And of course, Sosabowski knew, because he knew they weren't all going in on day one, well, you know, airborne warfare has to work heavily on the element of surprise. That's why D-Day was, you know, relatively successful from an airborne perspective. If you lose the element of surprise, well, the Germans are now aware of your drop zones. They're aware of where you're going to be landing, and they can now put in defensive measures. Sosabowski knew this, so he wasn't, you know, terribly impressed of what may or may not happen, you know? And not only that, a lot of the supplies, of course, because of these delays, a lot of the resupplies actually went over the Allies and landed in the hands of the Germans. Some of the ammunition and weaponry as well, and food and supplies. It was just, as I said, it was the lack of flexibility. Again, you know, hindsight is great, but at the time, lessons were learned here, and unfortunately, they were learned through some of the most tragic ways. You know what I mean? But I digress. So yes, then we have the German side, and there's two in particular I want to bring our attention to. First was the Field Marshal Walter Model. He was the commander of Army Group B, direct control of all German forces in the Netherlands. Model was one of Hitler's most trusted firefighters. He was ruthless, defensive-minded, and already headquartered in a place called Oosterbeek. I may have pronounced that wrong, which is only mere miles from Arnhem, where the operation and when the operation began. His presence proved critical. He responded with remarkable speed and decisiveness. He diverted the SS Panzer reinforcements, coordinated defensive counterattacks, and he cut the Allied corridor repeatedly. His forces bottled up the British paratroopers before relief could arrive. Then we had General Willy Bittrich, I beg your pardon. He was the commander of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. He controlled armoured reinforcements in the Arnhem region. He was a professional soldier and veteran of the Eastern Front. Bittrich commanded the 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions, which at this time were resting and refitting after, of course, the D-Day invasions. His role during Operation Market Garden: thrust into battle with the limited preparation, his units mounted aggressive counter-attacks, and that was feared by all on the Allied side. It was the German counter-attack, which was just, it was ferocious, you know. But his counter-attacks were launched against the British 1st Airborne and were instrumental in the outcome of this entire operation itself. So they're the main players, if you like, from the American, the British, the Polish, and of course the German. These are the main key figures, the decision makers of, you know, who were calling the shots here. Now they're all backed up, you know, from your typical kind of, you know, top-down, small course correction, top-down rank structure. I mean, you know, you have the top brass, then it comes down to the lower levels, then it goes into your non-commissioned ranks, all the way down to your soldiers as well, privates and gunners, troopers and whatnot. And it was often said the operation of Market Garden, a lot of people would say, yeah, they you know, it was their biggest challenge was actually getting intelligence. You know, they didn't get enough intelligence. And at the time, I mean, you would have had the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, and others. Not only that of what the Allies could do with photo reconnaissance missions, but also the Dutch resistance themselves providing information. So I don't think it was a problem with how they gathered information. I think the Allies gathered information on a scale that, you know, it was unbelievable. Bearing in mind, I mean, Bletchley Park was up and running. They had already decoded Enigma. So they knew what was happening on the German side. They had double agents, they had decoders and decryptions working from Enigma. So their intelligence gathering, I believe, was bang on. The problem was intelligence sharing, not letting the key people know what was actually happening. And that's again, like, it's hindsight. You look back to say, well, Jesus, what if this happened, or what if they only could manage, you know what I mean? Frightening stuff, absolutely frightening stuff. So next up then is the overview of the mission itself. We've learned about the situation, what's going on. We learned about the key players, if you like. Well, let's have an overview of the operation. And as we're flying here out over the North Sea, it's going to be a course correction in a couple of moments as we kind of leave you know, the coast just north of Dover here. Dover is over to our right-hand side, neck of the woods. So we're going to be tipping out over the North Sea, and then the next bit of land we will see, friends, is going to be that of the Netherlands. So let's just hone in at Navigraph here. There's Dover. We're just up here, look. So it's going to be a turn left, 091 degrees. And from Borneo, our next waypoint is Miami. As we cross, then we're going to go between France, Belgium, and then we're straight in from Belgium into the Netherlands. So we'll start putting in a left-hand turn. 091 degrees is required. Go ahead and dial that in now. And we might have to aim off a couple of degrees just due to the wind, right? Hayden, you're more than welcome. The Cliffs of Dover named after Kneel Down, you know, or Elaine. Yeah, very good, Portal, very good. Right, we'll get ourselves situated here. I'll catch up on the chat because I'm reading notes, of, you know, and we'll see how we go here. So we've just turned left onto a course 091. As we're also flying, we need to remember, check our fuel situation. So let's go in and have a look. So we're looking at our main tanks. We're on the right and left main. We've burnt about a quarter out of each tank, right? So what we might do, we'll let them burn down to roughly half, and then we'll switch on to our auxiliary tanks. As we're pilots flying this, well, we need to be very aware. The last thing we want to be worrying about is fuel management during intense situations, most notably when we're going to be dropping paratroopers. So we're going to make sure before we're actually entering the zone for when we commence our parachute runs, we're going to have the aircraft fully configured, not worrying about fuel or anything else, and then we could just focus on the mission at hand. Then we're on the way back. We revert back to managing the aircraft and its systems. All right, that is the plan. So we seem to be looking fairly all right on this course. Maybe 093 to affect the wind, or 094. That should do it. And we'll jump in here now to the mission overview when I just give a quick catch up of what's going on in our chat here as well. So let me see. AO Attack is here. Good to see you, buddy. Where's this now? Would you say that jumping General was your role model, Murph? Brilliant. No, Murphy's role model is Gibbo. yeah, brilliant. I can say that's a long walk to the bridge of Arnhem. 8 miles. 8 miles, right? What speed are we doing? We're doing about 190 over the ground right now. Not on VATSIM, Chris, negative. I broke the 109 autopilot. Let me see now. Rum side, good to see it. Germans took most of the airdrop stuff. They did. And radio's not working correctly. Yeah, we'll learn all about that too. Dougal says the Polish forces, they're still very good. My unit did some training alongside them and they fear nothing. So like, well, this could have changed now, but to the best of my knowledge, Poland still has conscription. I think once you're 18, you have to do your 2 years, unless you're going into college or whatever. And obviously, that's now back in the cards as well. But what I often find is any countries that have to deal with, you know, what's the way to phrase this? Any country that has to deal with, you know, mad weather, extreme weather, be it extreme cold or extreme heat, their military units are just on a different level of being conditioned. I've always found that. I think the lads I've spoken to, I'm like, wait, you did that? Really? In that weather? Do you know what I mean? So like, whatever about here in terms of like, yeah, we're you know, Ireland is most strongly defended if, you know, you're up around the Glen of Amal in the lashings of rain. It's not very warm, right? That's what we're good at. That's where most of the training takes place. But like when you look at some of the Nordic countries and the likes of some of the European ones as well, extreme weather, extreme cold, extreme heat, and they're able to, you know, operate within those. It's hugely advantageous, is what I mean. Do you know? But yeah, Poles, they're a great bunch of lads. A lot of drivers come in Ireland. A lot of drivers here are Polish. VRC Black Stars, good to see you. Where's the brakes in the plane? Brakes in this plane. How do you turn the parking brake on the plane you're flying? VRC, so there should be a button over here, right hand side lower on the panel, and it acts as your chocks, wheel chocks. That should do it. My main experience of the Poles, reading about the naval forces. Yeah. Absolutely. CJ, thanks for the meter at Amsterdam. We have winds 140, 4 knots, few clouds at 3,500 with no significant change. Sweet. That's good. Augie, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Sorry, lads, I was delayed catching up in the chat. Is the DC6 on Marketplace for Xbox? I don't believe so. What do you think of Flight Sim coming to PS5? Oh, I love it, man. I love it. I have concerns about servers and multiplayer and how the data is going to work, but I'm also very excited that it's a lot of folks are going to experience our hobby for the first time, which is class. It's class, man. You know. Portal says, I remember camping during my military service and it was minus 30. Jesus. Nor says, Murph, there's a reason that most Arctic exercises are held in the north of Norway. Yeah. 100%. Giraffe Plays, good to see us. A funny story from Ireland and the Polish is that the driving licence. The funniest story of Ireland and the Polish is the driving licence, to say. What about the driver licence? Poland is Europe's Texas. It's huge. 98 Vulcan, good to see you. Yes, it does. Jefferson Scenery works. Absolutely. Zappel, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well.
Hello there.
You're very welcome in, lads. Caleb, thank you very much indeed for subscribing. Welcome in. So where we're flying right now in our airborne armada, la-di-da's an helicopter, brilliant. We have all sorts of aircraft here flying with us, right? Kladsky, good to see you, buddy. You know, it doesn't necessarily matter the type of aircraft you've gone for. I mean, everyone likes flying their favourite aircraft. You know, I love the DC-3 C-47. Really, really nice. Is this the stock DC-3? Sasquane, this is... No, it's using a modification called the DuckWorks Mod, and it's very good. Do you know? Well, I mean, look, the default still works. I mean, you can absolutely use the default one, right? We got Spitfires, there's freaking Aerostars, we have all our C-47s, there's Lancasters, there's P-47s flying. I'm sure we have a couple of P-51s in the air here somewhere. Hurricanes, Spitfires, you name it, lads. It's beautiful looking. It's beautiful looking. Klatsky is shown as a Lanc for you. That's what I mean. Like, where we are right now and we talk about multiplayer experience, We're not even on friggin' PlayStation yet, and like on my screen versus Dougal's screen, Kladsky is appearing as two different types of aircraft. That's the stuff I want to see kind of sorted. You know what I mean? It may happen, lads. It may happen. We just don't know. We just don't know. Right, quick check on our route. Make sure we're not kind of doing anything silly. We're doing something silly. Small course correction down in the right hand until we intercept Miami. And we continue on. So we'll go into the, let me see, the next little element. The mission itself. So, I'll try and do accents. No I won't. This is a full-blooded and violent thrust through the enemy lines to secure a foothold across the Rhine. Airborne forces will strike first, ground forces will follow, and the objective is nothing short of ending the war by Christmas. That was a quote from Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery. So, but what was the whole operation? Well, Operation Market Garden was a bold Allied offensive launched on the 17th of September 1944, combining 3 airborne divisions and a single ground corps into a 2-part strategy. Market, the largest airborne operation in history up to that point, well, that involved some 35,000 paratroopers, over 1,500 aircraft, over 500 gliders, and multiple nationalities: British, American, Polish, Canadian, you name it. Garden, a ground assault led by 30 Corps, that was the British Second Army, pushing northward from Eindhoven towards Arnhem, advancing along a single narrow highway, later known as Hell's Highway. The objectives. The goal was to seize and hold a series of key bridges across the rivers and canals into the Netherlands, creating a corridor for ground forces to cross the lower Rhine and drive into Germany's industrial Ruhr region. If successful, it would outflank the heavily fortified Siegfried Line, it would shorten the war by several months, and would open a direct route into Germany's heartland. It launched on Sunday, 17th of September, and the first flights departed between, 0900 and 1100 Zulu. The operation ran for 9 days, officially ending on the 25th of September, 1944. The timeline: between 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock, Allied air armadas began taking off from over 20 airfields across England. Now, technically, not out of Fairford, although it was used to position troops. We'd other airports and airfields in the way. My good friend Stu noted me earlier on saying, "Murph, are you sure you're going the right way?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" But just to be clear on it, right? Abingdon, RAF Abingdon, which is about 5 miles to the east of Fairford, or maybe 8 miles east of Fairford. Abingdon was one of the airfields they actually took off from. But the reason I went for Fairford, well, it's bigger, longer runways. It gives us a little bit more space, purely from this flight, you know. And of course, it enables you then to fly the Vulcan, right? You know what I mean? So that's what we were doing that for. So, let me see, between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, our C-47s, the gliders, the fighters, well, they began crossing out over the North Sea. From 2 o'clock onwards, paratroopers dropped behind enemy lines near Eindhoven, Nijmegen and Arnhem. Between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, the glider landing started to commence, and at 4 o'clock, 30 Corps crossed the front near Valkenswaard, begins pushing up Highway 69. That's the timeline on the day of events. The airborne plan Market. We'll start off with the 101st, the Screaming Eagles. The drop zone was just north of Eindhoven. Their objective was to secure Eindhoven, the key bridges over the Dommel-Wilhelmina Canal, and also the Zuid-Willemsvaart, and on the road north up to Veghel. They had 8,500 paratroopers and glider reinforcements. The 82nd Airborne Division, their drop zones were near Graaf and also Groesbeek. Their objective was the Graaf Bridge, Nijmegen Bridge, and hold the Groesbeek Heights. They had some 8,500 paratroopers with them and gliders. The 1st British Airborne Division, the Red Devils, drop zone 8 miles west of Arnhem due to terrain and also anti-aircraft defenses. Their objective, secure and hold the Arnhem Bridge over the lower Rhine, and they had some 10,000 troops, which are also made up from the 1st Polish Parachute Brigade that were due to arrive a little bit later. Course correction. little bit. Airborne and aircraft. The first Polish Brigade were intended to reinforce Arnhem from the south. Due to fog and poor weather in England, they dropped 4 days late. 4 days into this, and their strength, I think overall about 1,700. Airborne aircraft and support, well, of course, yes, the C-47 Skytrains carried most of the paratroopers, and they towed the gliders. The gliders including that of the Horsa and also Hamilcar gliders, and of course you had the Waco in there as well. The gliders carried artillery, jeeps, anti-tank guns, engineers, and we also had some fighter cover from both the RAF and the US Army Air Forces, such as the P-51 Mustang, P-47 Thunderbolts, Typhoons and Spitfires. Reconnaissance and spotting aircraft included aircraft such as the de Havilland Mosquito, the Mustang, and of course the L-4 Grasshopper. The ground plan, Operation Garden, 30 Corps were the British Second Army, or part of this British Second Army. The starting point was near Pelt in Belgium, advancing the route from Eindhoven to Veghel, Grave, Nijmegen and Arnhem. Their objective was to link up with each of the airborne divisions in sequence as they moved along. The armoured units, Guards Armoured Division, spearheaded the assault, and supporting units, of course, they had engineers, artillery, flak suppression, and also bridging units. Their challenges: one single elevated highway. They were exposed on both flanks. They were susceptible to ambush, constant need to repair blown bridges. Then you had congestion from refugees and destroyed equipment. The numbers involved in the entire operation. From the Allied side, some 35,000 airborne and about 50,000 on the ground, right? The Axis had about 55,000 total in the region. Aircraft, well, the Allies had some 1,500 transport aircraft plus gliders, and a handful of, nearly 1,000 fighters there with them as well. The German side, 30 plus fighters and about 150 anti-aircraft batteries. Tanks, 250 plus with 30 Corps, and of course the Germans with both SS Panzer divisions well over 100. Artillery, the Allies over 700 of them. The Germans unknown, but substantial anti-aircraft and field guns were operating in the area. Casualties on both sides, the Allies expected up to somewhere between 12 to 15,000, and the Germans estimated somewhere between 8 to 14,000. Variable numbers, of course. It can go high as 17,000 on the Allied side and as high as 15,000 on the German side. Weather conditions, of course, on the 17th was clear and calm, perfect for the airborne drops. Between the 18th and the 21st of September, heavy fog in England that delayed glider reinforcements. On the 21st to the 25th of September, rain, wind, mud slowed the ground forces, and it obscured the airdrops. The River Rhine itself was running high, fast and dangerous. It made crossing a Thames perilous. So a question has to be, right, why did they choose to land the British paratroopers 8 miles away from Arnhem? Well, there's method to their madness, right? So the area in which they came in, where you had 30 Corps, this was Hell's Highway, the orange, that's what they had to boot it up through. And you can see then, so the Guards Armoured Division, they picked up at Maxwell Taylor here, then it was over to Gavin here. Sosabowski and Uckart should have been on either side of Arnhem, and then Arnhem in itself. The reason why they dropped all the way out 8 miles outside, the thought process was, if they were to drop all the troops directly over Arnhem, that would have been potentially a disaster, because you now have pockets everywhere. Aircraft would have been susceptible to anti-aircraft fire. Moving equipment, in busy urban locations, just headaches. So they decided on an area 8 miles to the west, which was open, flat ground. No rivers in sight. But the idea being is they use that as a drop zone, get the entire 1st Division there, and then roll on as one single unit directly towards Arnhem. That was the plan, right? That was the plan. So that was the layout You'd have 30 Corps on the south. They're getting ready to drive all the way up. You had the 101st. You had the 82nd. And then you had the British 1st. All the while, you had German defences all over the place. The 2nd Panzer Corps, 2nd Parachute Corps, and also the 84th Corps. You had Germans all over the place. The reason being here, they were retreating back across the north of France. Normandy was an absolute unmitigated disaster for them, so they had to hightail it back. Reorg, right? Get repairs done, resupply, all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? From this here, where we can see where all the various attacks were leading up into Arnhem itself. Well, this is where you can see on a much closer area as the first division were moving in, right? And you can see all the different areas that they had to hold. It was very much on the southern part of the Rhine. On the far side, it was so heavily defended. Do you know, it was like. And we get into the intelligence as well. Where is this now? We move on to... Intelligence is going to be next. And, you know, the whole reconnaissance things. But the operational shortcomings. There was limited drop zones. And that was because they didn't want them put in directly over these built-up areas, right? Navigation errors, flak and weather caused some paratroopers to land some miles apart. To an extent, relatively going as the first drops were made, you know, it was calm. There was no resistance of any proportion compared to that of D-Day. But in the following days, as I said, the Germans were now aware of where these drop zones were. They put in fortifications. So by the time the next wave, resupply and more troops, in particular the Poles, when the Polish lads came in, they were jumping out of an airplane and literally landing into a friggin' hotspot. There was like anti-aircraft, machine gun firing, you name it. They were really jumping into, you know, a hot cauldron at that stage. Lack of radios. This was an unmitigated disaster on the British side. Again, if you watch the bridge too far, you'll see it. They brought the right radios with the wrong connections. That was the story behind it. But it turned out the biggest problem with the radios were the batteries. These radios were tried and tested in Africa, in North Africa, dry conditions. They were now using them in Europe, in wet, damp conditions. The radios were a disaster. They were one of the major stumbling blocks because without radios, without communication, you cannot talk to anyone. You're completely lost without being able to communicate. And that had detrimental impact on the Allied side. There was certainly good communication on the American side, different equipment, tried and tested, but the British, who were so far north, remember that their closest reinforcements, they were miles away at the other bridges, and all of them were somewhat stuck until 30 Corps rocked up and, you know, moved from section to section to bring in their resupply. They also underestimated the German strength. They believed Arnhem, and the Netherlands for that matter, were held and defended mainly by reservists. Old men, young kids, you know, people with some sort of... not battle-hardened soldiers. They said, no, there's this relatively old men and children. That's what they were led to believe. In reality, 2 SS Panzer divisions were refitting nearby. And then, of course, we had the delays in the ground link-up, with 30 Corps encountering savage resistance. They had savage resistance along the way. So, in summary, Operation Market Garden was a combined airborne and ground assault unlike anything that was ever attempted before. It relied heavily on precise timing, speed and surprise. While the initial drops were largely successful, the plan soon fell apart due to German resistance, delayed reinforcements, logistical bottlenecks, misjudged intelligence and overstretched forces. The airborne troops fought heroically, many cut off and outnumbered, holding ground far longer than expected. It was that of bravery, a triumph of bravery, but overall a failure of coordination and also realism. So next up we'll focus in on the intelligence and reconnaissance. What did the Allies get right? And also, what did they get very wrong? So we'll go into all of that in a little bit of a moment. Let me know how we're getting on, lads. You know, if we're all, you know... Are you still awake? Oh, Jesus, Murph. Immediate turn to the south. Down to Ghent, please. Yes. I'd love to mention this. During my service time, we were responsible for the M109 Paladin 155mm howitzer. I was sitting next to the big barrel. During a small mission in France, a shell flew over a village because it was using too large a propellant charge. No way. Northern Dare, good to see you, buddy. Doc Nader is here. Welcome in. This is so cool. I happened to watch A Bridge Too Far a few weeks ago. Bridge Too Far is actually very accurate for a movie. Very accurate, you know. Turn before Denmark. Thank you. Angels 1-5, yes. There was also a German airfield north of Arnhem. Yeah. The drop zone decisions were covered in a great scene with Sean Connery. Yeah, it was brilliant. In a box, man. Yeah. Good to see you.
We're going the wrong way.
So yeah, we're heading 127. So no, we're all right now. Is the DC-6 good to fly in 24? Felix, yes. I enjoyed the DC-6. Absolutely. It works in 24. But we are waiting on an official patch. We just haven't got it yet. You know? We just haven't got it yet. But yeah, love the historic aircraft. It's pretty cool, isn't it? So all is well, kind of, sort of. And as we continue on, this is where it all starts picking up now, because Eindhoven, Wechel Bridge, Nijmegen. So from Eindhoven, that's where we're going to start dropping, and we'll get ourselves lower. We got a slower speed down, and then we'll plan in for our parachute drops. This is Flight Sim 24. Flight Sim 24, Penguy. B-17 is your favourite. Doc, yeah. So B-17, there's one in the works from Microprose, and we're going to get a look at that on Wednesday next week on Denuas. So very much looking forward to that. So let's again just have a quick check on our fuel situation. We're roughly half tanks now, lads. So we're going to change our fuel configuration. We're going to go from the mains over to the auxiliaries. So right main tanks over to our auxiliaries. We've burned half out of the mains. Let's bring it on to the auxiliary tanks. Why aren't you moving? There we go. So right and left auxiliaries, they're both showing full. Keep an eye on these now as we start lining up ourselves for a run. Wicked Lumberjacks, yeah, they are. They certainly are. So this is how we're looking so far, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't look pretty. All these absolutely iconic aircraft. And again, as we get a little bit closer, we're really going to see Jefferson's scenery come to life, because it is very, very, very good. Very good. Because, well, the man's a genius, so... Right, we see with good views here, left and right. You might be wondering as well, on the DC or on the C-47, you see these are known as the invasion stripes, and you're probably saying, why is the texture all looking weird? That's on purpose. Would you believe they were literally painted on with like broomsticks? So they weren't perfectly straight. This was a last minute decision to say, hey, we need these markings on our aircraft because we've no way of identifying friend or foe. So if you ever wanted to know why those stripes sometimes looked a little bit wavy, it's not because the artist wasn't bothered. It's, no, that's accuracy. It's mad, isn't it? Maple Leaf, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Shut says, love World War II history. The family watched Hacksaw Ridge last night. First time the kids have seen it. Jesus. These stories are so impacting and powerful. They should never be forgotten. I agree. Ragadonkey says, I love these historic flights. Thanks for putting all in research. No. I'm big into this anyway, lads. I'm very passionate with Roman history and World War II. All sorts of history I'm interested in, but I'm very much... I'm very, very much into all this. Nightwolf, good to see you. Loving the stream. Well done, Market Garden. Thank you very much. It's fun, but like we can all take part in it together. That's what's important. And as I say, it's a way of bringing the story forward. 81 years ago is when all this happened, right? So what we're doing is just bringing the story forward so people are aware of it. They know what happened. And it's fascinating, not just that of, you know, the political environment that was in Europe at the time, you know, of the military components of the time, but also the aviation of the time. Considering aircraft then, I mean, they did not have anywhere near the sort of navigational equipment that we have now. They just didn't. There was no VORs, DMEs, there was no friggin' GPS. Even ATC wasn't developed yet, right? So they're able to communicate to each other. They knew the routes in which they were going to fly. Usually 1 in 5 Allied aircraft, especially the troop carrying aircraft, 1 in 5 carried a Eureka and Rebecca system. And that's if they managed to get pathfinders in there in the first place, in which they can then fly towards these beacons. Because they were flying during the day, they didn't really need the beacons because they looked outside. They could see, you know, their waypoint that we're about to hit is that of Ghent, here in Belgium. How do they know they were going to reach Ghent? So they have their navigators. Map and compass, 100%. And if it was windy, they knew how to aim off due to the wind. I'm off course again. It's grand, Super Tie. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's all shagged. We're slightly off course, but we're all right. We're all right. So we're nearly halfway through it, lads. Nearly halfway through it. We're over Europe now. Map, stopwatch, and a compass. Yep, 100%. And a navigator station in a DC-3. I don't think we can. Oh, we can. That's deadly. I didn't think we can open that door on this one. The navigator station on a DC-3 should have been here. Little radio and all the jazz. And there's, we can see maps and charts and all this kind of stuff with the aircraft as well. Deadly, isn't it? Navigators are the real deal, flying only in good weather and receiving punishing losses. Yeah. Crazy. Okay, so this waypoint of Ghent is going to be a left turn after this on a heading of 078 degrees as we fly south of Antwerp, and we're heading up now towards, you know, Deloy, and then it's Eindhoven. So business is certainly going to be picking up here shortly. We're currently at an altitude of 3,000 feet, flying at about 210 knots indicated. It's about 210 miles an hour indicated. It's about 191 over the ground. So as we start approaching Ghent, we're now over the city of Ghent. Right, that's our viewpoint. And hopefully now the sounds and all this work when I press these buttons, right? You ready? This be Ghent. And then it's going to be a left turn. That looks cool, doesn't it? Easy now. Get ourselves right in that heading. Man, that is awesome. Brilliant. Right, the sim is under pressure, but it's grand. We'll stay going, right? There's a Fuga with us as well. It's QC Frank. Right, how are we looking here now? Let's go ahead and press this and that. And was the audio all right? Did it do that stupid thing the other day? It shouldn't have, because I spent way too much time trying to fix it. But anyway, where are we looking here now? Bit of Navigraph. We're all right, lads. We're all right, lads. So what we're going to do, we're going to start dropping now. We're going to go to 2,000 feet, right? And she'll start dropping us down towards that. Feet speed, let's go 1,000 feet a minute. Why not? Right? And we're going to hold at 2,000 feet as we continue on into Deloy. That's going to be our next turn. All good, says Toto. Grand, perfect. We fixed the issue, so brilliant. Excellent stuff. And also, lads, a massive warm welcome to everyone who's flying with us today, or if you're watching here, be it on Twitch or indeed on YouTube. You're all very welcome in. Hope you're keeping well. These commemorative flights, we do a few of them of the year. We do the D-Day flight in June. We do this one, of course. We do this one here in September for Market Garden. We'll add more to it. It's Jesus. It's just been quite busy this year, and trying to get dates right and all the jazz. But as I say, there's a lot of cool flights you can do in Microsoft Flight Sim. It's just incredible, or any sim for that matter. But obviously with Microsoft, we have this incredible scenery native in the sim, out of the box, you know, which is brilliant. So we'll keep plotting on, and we're going to cover, starting to get a couple of stutters here. We'll see what happens. We're going to cover the intelligence and the reconnaissance now, what the Allies got right and what they got wrong. What was this now? We expected resistance, but not two entire SS Panzer divisions on the other side of the bridge. That was a post-operation reflection from a British officer. In any major military operation, intelligence is key. And for Market Garden, it was both the foundation of the plan and ultimately its Achilles heel. Despite having access to ultra decrypts, aerial reconnaissance and local Dutch resistance reports, Allied planners made critical errors in interpreting and acting upon this information. Resonate, good to see you, buddy. Montgomery staff believed speed and surprise would compensate for incomplete or ambiguous intelligence, but this assumption came at a very high cost. The intelligence organisations involved, you had the Allied Intelligence Bureau of SHAEF, that was the supreme headquarters of Allied Expeditionary Force, led intelligence efforts in Western Europe. You had Ultra, which is housed in Bletchley Park. They intercepted and decrypted German communications via Enigma. You also had the Royal Air Force Photographic Reconnaissance Unit, also known as PRU, that provided high-resolution aerial images of enemy positions, vehicle movements and the terrain itself. The Dutch resistance supplied first-hand local intelligence on troop movements, bridge defences and the infrastructure. And then we had the OSS and the SOE, the US and British clandestine operations. They embedded behind enemy lines, gathering human intelligence. The intel success, well, it confirmed the location of the bridges. Dutch resistance provided up-to-date maps, decisive defensive positions, and also the road access details for the bridges in Eindhoven, Nijmegen and Arnhem. The RAF PRU confirmed structural integrity of the key bridges using reconnaissance photos. Enemy units retreating. Many German units were believed to be in full retreat post the Normandy breakout. Bridges in southern Netherlands had not yet been demolished, suggesting this surprise attack could actually work. The underestimation of German command capabilities. The belief that German command was somewhat disorganised, suffering from low morale and also poor logistics after the rapid Allied advance through France and Belgium. Well, the intel failures. This is what it failed on, right? Despite the above, the Allies made several catastrophic misjudgments. First, the failure to act on panzer reports. Two German SS panzer divisions, the 9th SS, and you'll have to forgive my pronunciation, but the Hohenstaufen, and also the 10th SS Frundsberg, were refitting near Arnhem. Dutch resistance reported sightings of tanks, half-tracks and heavy equipment. Reconnaissance photos showed German armour in the woods east of Arnhem. Intelligence officers such as Major Brian Urquhart raised alarm bells and was later dismissed as overly anxious. He was even placed on sick leave. Wait now, Brian Urquhart, is that right? That doesn't seem right. Hang on, lads, I could have put a typo in. Yeah, it was. So you had Brian and then Roy, was it? Yeah, it was. Okay, there we go. Right, there's a really good book about the PRU called Spies in the Sky. No way. How are we looking for a left turn? We're okay for the moment. Continue on. Where is this now? Browning staff dismissed the threat. They must be training units. Nothing to worry about here, old boy. Right? The drop zone selection. The 1st Airborne Division's drop zones were 8 to 10 kilometres away from Arnhem Bridge. Chosen based on the reconnaissance photos that showed anti-aircraft guns closer to the town, but the distance created an insurmountable time gap between landing and the assault on the bridge itself. Weather dependence was also overlooked. Weather forecast underestimated fog and low cloud conditions in England and the Netherlands in the following days. They didn't really care about all of that. Just get them in, they'll be fine. This delay rendered the glider reinforcements for the British and fatally postponed the Polish brigade drop. Inadequate radio equipment. Intelligence failed to account for the terrain interference on the very high frequency radios. Trees, buildings and long distances caused severe communication breakdowns. Also the climate. As I said, these are tried and tested in North Africa. dry conditions. Suddenly they go into this damp, wet environment with buildings and forests and all this kind of stuff in the way. They never kind of copped it, you know? So what were the reasons? How did this all happen? Why do these failures happen? Well, confirmation bias. Commanders believed that the war was nearly over and filtered intel accordingly. They weren't getting too concerned with, oh yeah, you know, we need to be doubly careful or need to watch this or need to watch that. They thought they were on the home run here, the last kind of push. The pressure from Montgomery, his eagerness to maintain momentum meant risks were downplayed. Monty said, we're doing it and we're doing it fast. Operational secrecy. Minimum intel was shared with the lower echelons of the airborne troops. They weren't given the full story. Disregard for local resistance, the Dutch civilian intel was often deemed unverified or speculative, which in reality was extremely accurate and in a lot of cases so very dangerous to the people actually gathering this intelligence to share it back with the Allies. A lot of Dutch intelligence folks, but they didn't make it out of the war. A lot of them were captured and killed. Also, dismissal of inconvenient truths. Officers like Urquhart were silenced or ignored when challenging assumptions. So much so, as I said, they put him on sick leave. The movie covered that very, very well, you know. Major Brian Urquhart, Assistant Intelligence Officer under Browning, famously argued that SS Panzer divisions were present near Arnhem. The drop zones were too far away, and poor radio coverage would isolate units. He was ignored. His briefing was said to have upset the operation's mood, and Browning allegedly replied, I wouldn't worry too much about the Panzer divisions, old boy. We'll be in and out before they know what hit them. I mean, that was what they were up against. Imagine that. It's all terribly, terribly, really, you know. But yeah, quotes from the time. This one here, they told us here... Oh, wait, they told us there would... Wait, no, sorry. They told us there were only cooks and clerks in Arnhem. Nobody mentioned tigers. That came from a sergeant of the 1st Airborne Division. Ultra gave us a chance to know what was coming. The fault was not with the signals, it was with the ears unwilling to listen. Conclusion was, well, the intelligence failure of Market Garden, it wasn't the lack of information, which we touched on earlier on. It was due to the interpretation, the dismissal of warnings, and the dangerous overconfidence that the war was all but won. We often hear to say, well, this thing is too big to stop. We can't call this off. We're going in. The show is on. That's it. When the paratroopers landed, they found not the disorganized conscripts, you know, old men or young boys. They found elite panzer troops waiting with dug-in tanks, artillery and flak. The critical underestimation would cost thousands of lives. It delayed the entire Allied effort and would make Arnhem forever synonymous with a tragic military overreach. Hence we have the name A Bridge Too Far. Next up is going to be talking about the German defences, the strength, the equipment and the commanders. Such a quote, the Allies thought we were finished, but we were just getting started. That came from General Kurt Student, Luftwaffe paratroop commander, in a post-war interview. Despite appearances, the German war machine in the Netherlands was far from broken in September 1944. Through reeling from the defeat in France and the collapse of the Western Front after D-Day, the German High Command had regrouped, they rearmed and reinforced key positions, especially around Arnhem. Their ability to rapidly deploy seasoned, battle-hardened units caught the Allies off guard, and it was instrumental in the stalling operation of Market Garden. So we'll get more into that in a moment, but now we need to focus on some flying here, lads. So it's going to be a left turn here at Deloy. And there's a course heading of 034 degrees. So we'll start our turn, and we're going to start slowing it down because very, very soon, lads, we're going to start dropping our paratroopers. So let's see what happens here. Dutch says, evening Murph, from the Dutch, are you flying a B-747? My grandfather was in the resistance, killed in Germany. He was in the book of Fallen at our local government in The Hague. No way. We're flying the 74 on Thursday over an X-plane, if you'd like to check that one out. Current time the same, it's about 12 o'clock PS Mirandai. Where is this now? Also was a race between the commanders for fame and glory, yes. US Air Force MedTech, good to see you, buddy. He says, this is fantastic, appreciate. My dad was in World War II. Ah, nice, man, nice. But yeah, like as I said, the whole thing is fascinating. Now, as we approach, as I said, the first waves got in with relatively no resistance, or at least nothing to really write home about. However, as it went on and the additional days during the resupply, well, things got messy very quick. As we fly now towards the Sun Bridge, well, we're going to start noticing, hopefully with Jeppesen scenery kicking into play, just to give us an idea of what this is all about and how it worked. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we see here. I think we need to start planning another drop of altitude. Paratroopers usually dropped at around 1,000 feet AGL. So we'll drop ourselves down here to about 1,200 feet. And then we'll start easing off our speed as we do it as well. As we get just that little bit closer in, we can start manoeuvring our way up to the start of these drop zones. So this entire stretch here, lads, this is the pinnacle of this entire operation. This is where we're going to see the bridges, and then ultimately, as we see Eindhoven, Nijmegen, and then Arnhem, we'll circle Arnhem, and then it's going to be a jolly back across the North Sea, back to our home base in Fairford. All right. So we're very much now at the mission start point, and if anything, you know, the duration of the last 2 hours or so of flying, this gives, if nothing else, a very small indication of what some of the airborne elements were up against. Not only for that of the troop carrying aircraft, but bomber missions, anything from the aviation side. It meant a whole lot of flying, usually for hours and hours at a time, for maybe 20 to 40 minutes of action, and then hours and hours flying home. The Lancasters were famous for it. They'd fly for, 6 to 10 hours just to get to a place. Some of the missions went on all night, up until the next day. Father's Game said, Murph, imagine the scene, flak, planes exploding, trying to drop your troops. Most drops were over speed, troops lost their kits, and they're dropped in the wrong zone. Very much so, not necessarily here at Market Garden, definitely in Normandy. Definitely, because the defences in Normandy at that stage, unbelievable, right? Market Garden, there was almost an acceptance from the German side. Let them in, let them get situated, and then we'll blast them back out again. And that's what they did, right? So, I mean, at this stage, 1944, the Luftwaffe has, after the Battle of Britain especially, it never regained. The Allies had absolute air superiority. They weren't out of the game, right? I mean, there were still aircraft flying. They were putting strafing runs, even during Operation Market Garden. The German Luftwaffe were still putting strafing runs in on the columns and also on the troops. So they weren't by any means knocked out of it. But the strengths in which they would have had earlier on in the war, especially that of, during the Blitz and whatnot, nowhere near it. So what we're going to do now, lads, we're approaching Eindhoven. We're going to ease off our power here. Manifold pressure, I'd say 20 to 25. We're not too worried about having lights on or lights off, as it was a daytime flight. They could see them from miles and miles and miles around, right? We do need to make a little bit of a course correction because I'm kind of flying up towards Eindhoven Airport more so than the route, right? We need to come right, big style, yeah. 100% Google. Need to come hard right, Murph. Hard right, Murph. Let that speed drop us down. Easy now. There's a museum down near the bridge. All explains the mission. Oh, nice. I've yet to do this in real life. I've yet to do the Market Garden bridges. I will do it. It's something I'm very, very interested in doing. Good man, Murphy. You flew miles off. Well, we're not miles off. We're slightly off. So we're just turning right here to get ourselves back on course. How are we looking here, lads? We're looking good. We're looking good. Speed is coming down nicely. And we'll start making a left turn. Sunjammer, good to see you. So we want to be flying directly over Eindhoven. Then it's going to be a left turn up over the bridge. Easy now. Speed is looking good. Zybot, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. So what we're going to do here, we're going to ramble up because this is where Jeppesen scenery starts coming alive, lads. We look out straight ahead, we're going to see a row of C-47s, a full armada, and they're actually carrying gliders here. So we're going to follow these guys, link up with them, and let's see what we can do here. We're a little bit lower than them, but that's okay. Easy does it. Speed is good. We're holding 1,200 feet. So let's have a quick look back here. Doors open. And just get ourselves on course. Easy does it. Easy does it. We're seeing stuff. Isn't it savage? So we continue on. Grav Bridge is next.
Hello there.
You can see the lads doing another drop way up ahead of us. Got some gliders over here to our right hand side. Isn't it absolutely frightening? Jesus. So, them lads are just ahead of us. We're going to continue on here. We are needing to make a small left-hand turn. Those guys ahead of us, they're just about to fly over Nijmegen. That's where they're doing their drop. Uniform Goose, good to see you, buddy. We can't go back any further. Man. Over Nijmegen. absolutely mad looking. Look at that. So it's going to be a bit of a left turn coming up here now as we approach Arnhem. This is Arnhem.
Hello there.
movie! Wrong song! Jesus. So that was Arnhem. Some crack at that, right? So we ramble now on the return leg. And we still have a fair bit to cover here, so yes. Out where the main landing grounds were for the 1st Airborne, 8 miles out to the west. Madness. Absolute madness, they say. But over there. Shout out to Jeppesen, lads. That's insane scenery, isn't it? It's insane. Yeah, we're going to start. We'll climb and we'll get our speed back up the road here as well. So, edit pilot. And we're going to call this one 3,000 feet, right? And we'll start adding in some power here once again. So, manifold pressure for the climb. 40 odd. RPM 20 odd. And let's see what happens here. A good roar of the engine. Now, how we fixed on fuel? We're roughly halfway down on our auxiliary tanks, which is fine. Man, I tell you, we've some amount of aircraft here, don't we? So what we'll do, lads, we'll try and get we'll try and get a head count if we can. So, if you're flying with us, if you're on the Xbox, press 1. If you're on the PC, press 2. If you're using JoinFS or Skynet, press 3. And for everyone just watching along, you can press number 4. And we're going to continue out here. NEP2 is our next waypoint. And we're going to be approaching... It was roughly around... where are we? It was out here that they dropped the first British parachute division. Now, we're going to talk about the German defences as we get our count going, right? So, at the time of Market Garden, German forces in the Netherlands were under the overall command of General Feldmarschall Gerd von Rundstedt, reinstated as, where's this now? Oberpfeffenschalber, Schaber West, or OB West, on September the 5th, 1944. And though the Germans were retreating, they retained control of key choke points, and Arnhem, well, that was one of them. Despite the Allied assumptions that the Germans in the region were disorganised remnants, the area had actually become a recovery and refit zone for several elite units, particularly that of SS Panzer divisions pulled back from the Eastern and the Western Front. So we had General Feldmarschall Gerd von Rundstedt. Just before Market Garden, he was known for his defensive acumen. We had General Loberst Kurt Student, commander of the 1st Parachute Army. He was a Luftwaffe general experienced in airborne warfare, and he oversaw operations north of Eindhoven. Then we had General Loberst Walter Model, the Army Group B commander. He was the Führer's fireman, known for his decisive and defensive prowess and ruthless counterattacks in Arnhem during the drop. We had SS Obergruppenführer Wilhelm Bittrich. He was the commander of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, commanded both the 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions. We had SS Brigadeführer Heinz Harmel, commander of the 10th SS Panzer Division, the Frundsberg, key player in cutting off the British 1st Airborne reinforcements. Then we had SS Brigadeführer Walter Harzer, commander of the 9th SS Panzer Division, the Hohenstaufen, experience on the Eastern Front, swiftly reorganised the defences in Arnhem. And then we had General Lieutenant Hans von Tatu, commander of an ad hoc West Group, who organised reinforcements from scattered Wehrmacht, Luftwaffe and SS troops, instrumental in the resistance of Arnhem. 27 on PC, 2 on the console, 1 on JoinFS. Nice! Linny, good to see you. Welcome aboard. So the German order of battle at Arnhem. So you had the Oosterbeek area. The 9th SS Panzer Division previously fought in Normandy. They were known as the Hohenstaufen. They refitted after heavy losses but retained its core combat elements. The 10th SS Panzer Division, Frundsberg, also from Normandy, equipped with Panthers, Stugs and artillery. In Nijmegen, in the Arnhem corridor, you had the 363rd Infantry Division, the 406th Landesstützen Division. My pronunciations here could be shocking. The 719th Infantry Division. And you also had ad hoc Kampfgruppen battle groups, or also the Volksgrenadiers, the Flak Luftwaffe units, and units of the 1st Parachute, the Fallschirmjäger under Student. Combat troops, some 20,000 in Arnhem in that area alone. They had some 150 to 200 tanks, including the Panthers, Panzer IVs, Stugs and half-tracks. They had artillery pieces, which included the infamous 88, the 75mm, and also mortars. Flak guns, extensive, both light 20mm and the heavy 88s. The German support troops, unknown but significant engineering and logistic capability and capacity, and some 4,000 elite Fallschirmjäger units, mostly veterans from Italy and Normandy. That was the German paratroop side. Panthers, Panzer IVs, Stugs, 3s and 4s, Type 4s, and also the Jagdpanzer 4 units. The half-tracks that they had, the 30 or the 88, of course. Infantry weapons would have been MP40s, Kar 98s, MG42s, Panzerfaust, common, and they fielded also 105mm field guns. They also had the Nebelwerfer rocket artillery. Jesus. Fast bridge demolition and fortification teams, mines, tank traps, well, they were all used. Some of the tactics, course correction, left-hand a bit. Decentralized Kampfgruppen, small, flexible, combined armed units used effectively for ambush and counterattacks. Arnhem's layout allowed defenders to use narrow streets and buildings as natural fortresses, so urban warfare was a massive thing here. Anti-glider preparations. Open fields were mined and laced with Rommel's asparagus wooden poles near these sites, or on the sites, and they were designed to tear apart gliders. Units like the 10th SS Panzer Division launched counter-offensives within hours of the first drop. On the radio interception, German signals units monitored Allied VHF channels, and they exploited poor radio discipline. Local mobilisation. Tatau and von Zangen raised thousands of Luftwaffe ground crew, Hitler Youth and Volkssturm, and also Navy gunners. Sure, though lightly armed, they were used to man checkpoints, scout or plug gaps in the line. The strengths of the German defences included that, of course, of veteran leadership of Bittrich, Model and Student, who were all highly experienced in mobile defences. It was familiar terrain. German units had maps, guides and pre-wire demolition plans for every bridge. They had fast reaction time, rapid deployment of the troops, often within hours, and also the Germans were fighting close to their main supply hubs in Germany itself. Now, some of the weaknesses on the German side included that of a lack of fuel. Many vehicles had to be towed or hidden. Some tanks were kept as mobile bunkers. There was low morale in conscripts, overstretched communications, and also vulnerability of air power, because Allied aircraft, when they did appear, German convoys, they were decimated. Field Marshal Model was actually in Arnhem on the day of the British landings, conducting a staff meeting. His personal presence accelerated the German response tenfold. Immediately ordered Bittrich to counter-attack and coordinate it directly. In actual fact, the hotel, or the house in which Model was staying, they had just prepared lunch. They had all sorts of different fish and whatever on the table, and when the troops got in there, the Americans and the Allies, they were told to get out, and the officers took that building as their main quarters. Madness, absolute madness. Right, so we're well on the way back. Our next waypoint here is Colombia. That's where we're headed for next. All right. Who be that? La Fritas, good to see you. So, Captain Sickbag is here as well. Captain Sickbag is here. Everyone, Captain Sickbag is here. See, I didn't forget. Captain Sickbag, he's here in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. So when we look about the aircraft which we're flying, and you guys have brought a massive collection of aircraft with you today, we can probably ease off on the old speed here, Murphy. Hang on now, lads. So we're going to go manifold 40 and RPM 24. Wasn't that what we were going for? And we'll keep an eye on the fuel here as well, right? as we kind of make a dash heading back towards England. Yeah, Captain Sickbag is in the chat. Yeah, it's mad. But the aircraft that were used. So yes, of course, we're in the DC-3 or C-47, the Dakota, right? That was the Douglas Aircraft Company. That's how it got its nickname, right? But anyway, Operation Market Garden was the largest airborne operation in history of the time, conducted in a single day. Kaharia is here, the lovely Kaharia. Welcome in, Kaharia. Hope you had an awesome stream and a very happy Sunday to you. Welcome in, everybody. To support 3 airborne divisions plus the Polish brigade, an enormous air fleet was required, comprised of thousands of aircraft. Myself. So the main aircraft, of course, the C-47, the Douglas Skytrain, and also known as the Dakota, this side of the pond. Its primary role was for troop and cargo transport, and its design origin, military variant of the civilian Douglas DC-3, a pair of Pratt & Whitney or 1830 radial engines. It can carry up to 28 paratroopers or a 6,000-pound load, cruising speed of about 160 miles per hour, and had a fairly good range of some 1,600 miles. It was rugged, reliable and simple to maintain. You could operate this thing from asphalt, grass and even dirt airstrips, and it was configurable for troops, equipment, stretchers or even tow hooks for gliders. 1,438 of these aircraft and other similar aircraft flew paratroopers and gliders. Part of the 9th Troop Carrier Command of the US Air Force and the RAF Transport Command, and they carried troops from airfields in southern England, commonly that, of course, of Greenham Common, Membry, and the few we named earlier on. In British service, the C-47 was designated as Dakota. It got its name from the Douglas Aircraft Company Transport Aircraft, Dakota. We also had other aircraft involved, including that of the Lancaster. We had B-25s, B-26s, there was Mosquitoes, Spitfires, Hurricanes, you name it. All these aircraft played a very important part in all of this, you know. Now, when it came to the gliders, the silent gliders also proved to be deadly. Well, they were essential to deliver heavy equipment. They brought in the anti-tank guns, jeeps, artilleries, and even fully armed infantry behind the enemy lines. The Airspeed Horsa had a crew of 2, could carry up to 30 troops, or a jeep with an anti-tank gun. It was built out of wood and fabric. It was 67 feet long, it had a jettisonable landing gear, and it landed on its own skids. That was used extensively by the British 1st Airborne. Then we also had the Waco CG-4A Hadrian glider. That could carry 13 troops, smaller and lighter than the Horsa, and it was used by the 82nd and the 101st Airborne Divisions. And of course you had the Horsa glider. There was all different types of gliders using this, and I know there was with the C-47 expansion that came out with Microsoft Flight Sim, they also included gliders for that as well, do you know? So gliders were towed behind C-47s with long cables, but also carried behind, as I said, Lancasters, B-25s and so on. The landings were unguided and dangerous, often resulting in crash landings and injuries. But despite that, the gliders could deliver heavier payloads than parachutes could, and that's why, well, there was a lot. Plus they also had a massive lack of aircraft. They didn't have the resources to fly each and every one in one single day. I had to go over a number of days. And to put a scale on these on Operation Market Garden, I mean, when you consider, you know, the D-Day landings of Normandy, this was massive in comparison. Absolutely massive. You know, fighter escort then, airborne troops were extensively vulnerable in transit. The Allies provided massive fighter cover to defend against German interceptors. Main aircraft we'd see, of course, would be the US Army Air Force P-51 Mustang. That was a long-range escort aircraft. That was accompanied by P-47 Thunderbolts, fighter bomber, ground attack. And of course the Spitfire Marks 9 and 14 with local air giving local air superiority. And also the Typhoon. Wasn't it the Hawker Typhoon, I think it was. Let me see. Lupin Legacy, good to see you, buddy. It's our commemorative flight of Operation Market Garden, and we're going to be making a right turn shortly. Once we get to Colombia, then it's back out over the North Sea. But yeah, so I think it was the Hawker Typhoon, but the beautiful machine. Do you ever see a Typhoon? We need one of these in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because the Hawker Typhoon, this was the I mean, it was the closest thing. The Tempest, they were the closest thing to rival that of the heavier American stuff, you know. So the Hawker Typhoon, look, just to give you an idea, as far as I know, there are none of these flying in the world today. Now, I could be very wrong, but these were huge aircraft. And I think they gave these named Dam Busters as well. They were massive, and the Tempest as well. Heavily armed, tank busters, they got that nickname from them, right? Yeah, wings were properly thick. They were a huge, huge airplane, the Typhoon. Look at the size of that, look. They were an animal of a machine. And wouldn't it be great to see these in the sim? Nudge, nudge, flying iron. Go on, you know you want it. Right? As my telly tries to turn off. Yeah, they're a massive, massive aircraft. So the escort provided high and low cover for the Armada. They also strafed enemy flak positions and road convoys. They flew patrols along Hell's Highway to deter counter attacks. Right? Bombers and ground attack. In support of the airborne landings and the advancing 30 Corps, several medium and light bombers were assigned to soften the enemy defences. Aircraft including that of the B-25 Mitchell from the US Air Force, tactical bombing, the B-26 Marauder. The idea was for bridges and road interdiction. The RAF Typhoon, of course, precision rocket attacks, and of course the Mosquito for recon and light bombing. For reconnaissance, the aircraft such as the L4 Grasshopper or the Oster, that was for artillery spotting and recon. Spitfire, different variants for aerial photography. There's things happening on buttons. Oh, Jesus, what's happening? Stu Snape, you absolute mad person, gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Stu, thank you very, very much indeed. And then Valorant jumped on and gave us one as well.
Swing it, baby.
Basically, like the Brits, P4. Yeah, 100% Super Tie, very similar to a P47. Stu, thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Stu Snape, do be sure to say thank you. That's incredible support, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. So the reconnaissance aircraft, I mean, they were there to identify German troop movements and flak positions, reporting on bridge damage and any sort of traffic jams for the convoy, and communicating with ground units via radio relay and visual signals. So when it came to the Air Armada, the numbers and the scale of this operation, well, C-47s and transports, anywhere between about 1,500, about 1,000 or so fighters, another 200 to 300 bombers, about 150 or so recon spotters, and a ton of gliders as well. I mean, there was over 4,000 aircraft involved in this entire movement, not just on the initial landings, but also on the resupply, surveillance, all of that was included. It was a massive, massive undertaking. So right turn coming in shortly. It's going to be turning us right on a course of 291 degrees, lads. Again, as I mentioned, some of the airfields that were used, Welford, Ramsbury, Aldermaston, Fairford, of course, Greenham Common, Membry, and also a handful of the other ones. There was a ton of them, an absolute ton of them. There's Columbia there, grand. The likes of, say, Abingdon and so on. These were all, there was, you can imagine, to get this amount of aircraft airborne, they needed a massive amount of airports to get these lads up and running, do you know? The Polish brigade departed from out of RAF Saltby, as were the gliders towed from multiple airfields as well. The risks to the air contingent, well, flak was the biggest danger en route, and we saw flak here in the scenery thanks to Jeppesen 2001. The German 88mm anti-aircraft guns were accurate and devastating. They started off life, I believe, as an anti-tank weapon, or if they were for anti-aircraft, they later became, or if they were built for anti-tank, they put them into anti-aircraft, or if they were built for anti-aircraft, some genius said, let's use them as an anti-tank. 88mm, they were extremely powerful, which is nuts. Abingdon. Oh wait, Abingdon. Sorry, Abingdon. What did I say? Abingdon. Abingdon. Wait, what? Abingdon. Abingdon. Yes, that's right. The 88. AA, then a tank. So it was AA, then a tank. That's the one. Some gliders crashed short or landed in the wrong zones. Fog and cloud later on day 2 caused massive delays. Massive delays. We'll start our turn here now, lads. 2901 is what we're saying. So we got that turn dialed in. Few transport planes were also shot down by German fighters. Right, so the aircraft of Operation Market Garden, well, it pretty much showed what was tried and tested for Normandy. The C-47 Skytrain and the Humboldt glider carried thousands of troops, tons of equipment straight into enemy territory. The very success of airborne operations in Normandy, Sicily, and the Netherlands was made possible by the reliability and scale of these aircraft. So we're nearly there now. The drop zones and the landing zones. Where, how, and what happened. So, as we all learned, this operation, Market Garden, was complex. Multi-divisional airborne operation involving precision-timed parachute drops, glider landings, and also resupply flights, all in support of the goal. Seizing and holding the key bridges along a 64-mile stretch through the Netherlands. Understanding the drop zones and landing zones is vital to appreciating both the ambition and the fragility of the plan. So the 101st, their objective area was Eindhoven, covering the Son and Vel bridges. The method was parachute and gliders. They had various assigned drop zones and LZ zones or landing zones. So they would have had Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Whiskey, X-Ray and Yankee. The 82nd, well, they were looking after Nijmegen and also Grosbeek, parachute and glider as well, and their drop zones were Oscar, November and also Tango. The 1st Airborne Division in Arnhem and Oosterbeek, parachute and glider, well, their drop zones were X-Ray, Yankee Zulu, and they had a landing zone over at Sierra. And these were all plotted on the map to show the lads where in which they were going to land. You know, Abingdon is near Oxford, Abington is near southern Scotland. Yeah, right, but we got there in the end, right? Brilliant. The 1st Airborne Division, so the Polish 1st Brigade, Driel, which was just south of Arnhem, they were delayed though, and then you had 30 Corps ground advancing. That was the road advance to link up with the whole lot. So paratroopers dropped in from low altitude, somewhere between 800 and 1200 feet from our C-47s, and gliders were towed in waves, released a number of miles from the objective, and then the plan was silently fly in. The drop zones and landing zones were chosen for open farmland or heaths, i.e. flat ground, minimal trees, proximity to bridges or towns, and also close to navigational landmarks such as rivers, factories or railways. However, the need to place drop zones away from known flak zones and enemy forces often meant that troops had to march several miles before they could reach their objective. In Arnhem, this was a critical flaw. The drop zones were some 6 to 8 miles away from the key bridge. How are we going on our heading? We're alright? We're slightly off, but it doesn't really matter as we're going out over the sea, right? And we need to check our fuel now in a moment as well. So, the 101st Airborne Division, the Screaming Eagles, captured the bridges at Son, Vehel and also at St. Odenrode and Eindhoven to allow 30 Corps to push north. Most drops were successful. The 502nd's advance on the Sun Bridge was delayed when the bridge was blown by the Germans just before they could reach it. The 506 captured Eindhoven, but delays and flak hampered supply. The terrain in which they operated was pretty much flat farmland and then light forests. The 101st quickly began digging in along Hell's Highway. The 82nd, well, they were to secure the Nijmegen Road and also the rail bridges, plus a high ground near Grosbeek to block German counterattacks from the Reichswald. The Grave Bridge, or the Grave Bridge, was captured intact. The Nijmegen Bridge was delayed, the Germans dug in. The 508 focused on the Grosbeek Heights first, which proved to be wise. Gliders were delayed by weather and congestion, and heavy fighting near Mook and also the Hyman Canal. The 1st Airborne Division, the Red Devils, well, they were to capture and hold the bridge at Arnhem over the Rhine River. They're also supposed to secure the high ground at Oosterbeek. Drop zones were too far from the bridge due to the German flak and terrain. 2nd Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel John Frost reached the bridge and they held the northern end. Remaining units were cut off by unexpected SS Panzer reinforcements. Glider landings were accurate, but the terrain was marshy and wooded. The Polish 1st Independent Brigade, their objective was to land south of the Rhine at Driel to support the British at the Oosterbeek and also help cross the river. But they got delayed by the weather. They only arrived on the 21st of September, 4 days after.
Switch, good buddy.
Whoa, Kando is here. Welcome in, man. Kandonians, you're very welcome aboard. You join us here for our Market Garden commemorative flight.
Allow myself to introduce
Myself. Hide the beer, says Kev. 100%. Kando, thank you very much indeed for the raid. Hope you guys had an awesome stream. We're here in the beautiful C-47, although it's a DC-3 in the sim, but it does does the job well, and we're using the DuckWorks mod for it. So we're on the return leg now. We've already done our drops over the Netherlands, and we had Jeppesen scenery, absolutely incredible. If you get the chance to download it, lads, load it in, and it's absolutely brilliant. But Kando, it's great to see you, man. Hope you're well. As we continue now on the return leg. And in terms of timing, right, from our initial takeoff, fly the route, like, this is real time, just as it was back then. We're roughly travelling at the same time here. So from start to finish, well, this is what the chalk took, right? It's kind of mad, right? But anyway, heavy flak and fog caused dispersed drops, and they couldn't cross the river to reinforce the 1st Airborne. Only about 200 made it across. And for Lieutenant Colonel John Frost, when he reached the bridge, he'd only a handful of soldiers with him. Considering, you know, the entire brigade was there, he'd 800, I think, and of that, only a few made it. Kando, enjoy the farming chores, my dude. Thank you very much indeed for the raid, buddy. So the challenges with the drop zones, the key issues were, you know, staggered drops over multiple delays made coordination difficult. Even though they had sat out to put them all into this one kind of cohesive joint and then everyone starts marching together, it didn't necessarily come true to it. They also had limited glider towing aircraft, meaning that the gliders had to be in kind of different chalks or waves to get there. German flak, as you could have imagined, would have caused all sorts of rerouting and confusion. Fog and weather grounded transports and delayed additional drops over the coming days. And resupplying drop zones in the later days were often under fire, and often because, well, they couldn't advance quickly enough, and the plan, as we said earlier on, it wasn't flexible to allow for any sort of delay at all. So you ended up having a lot of the resupply coming in from the Allies. Well, they overflew the Allies and actually dropped them down towards the Germans. Now, where's this now? So on the first day, the British 1st Air Landing Brigade, they arrived in horse gliders on day one. They brought in artillery, jeeps, engineers and medics. US glider infantry supported the 82nd and the 101st with engineers, anti-tank units and also medical staff. Some gliders landed accurately and safeties, but others smashed into trees, hedges or even ditches. Casualties during glider landings were high, broken limbs, concussion, even a few fatalities. So where is this now? The bridges. So the famous saying was, and this is where your inspiration comes from the movie, it was said by Lieutenant General Frederick Boyd Browning, Deputy Commander of the 1st Allied Airborne Army, "We're going to go a bridge too far." Operation Market Garden hinged entirely on the rapid capture of a chain of bridges from the Dutch-Belgian border at Eindhoven all the way up to Arnhem, over 64 miles behind enemy lines. Each bridge had to be seized and held until relieved by 30 Corps who were advancing north on Hell's Highway. So, the bridges, the overview of the bridges from the south to the north. So, our first one over the Wilhelmina Canal, that was the Sun. The airborne unit was the 101st Airborne, and the bridge was destroyed by the Germans. Over the Dommel River at the St. Odin Road, again the 101st, that was captured intact. Willems Canal at Vegel, 101st, captured intact. The Maas River at Grave, 82nd Airborne, captured intact. The Maas Val Canal over near a place called Koimen and Malden by the 82nd, captured intact. The Wall River at Nijmegen by the 82nd, captured after heavy fighting. And the Lower Rhine, the bridge at Arnhem by the 1st British Airborne, held briefly but failed to secure. So the first bridge, the Sun, that was the 101st. Upon arrival, American paratroopers discovered that the bridge had already been rigged with explosives. German engineers detonated the bridge just as US forces approached. This forced 30 Corps engineers to build a Bailey Bridge, causing a 36-hour delay. Now let's put that into perspective, right? 36-hour delay on day one. Considering 30 Corps were to get from their starting point to Arnhem in 2 to 3 days. The very first bridge they got to delayed them by 36 hours, a full day and a half. That had an absolute massive impact on the rest of the mission. And, you know, it wasn't that the Germans, had a full understanding of what was happening. They had rigged the bridge, they just so happened to blow it. It wasn't until, 2 or 3 days later that the German forces intercepted the Allied maps. They found them in aircraft and in gliders. Detailed maps and plans of the entire operation. Right? And sometimes they put in diversionary pieces and whatnot, but seemingly the maps that they had got access to explain the mission in exacting detail. Do you know? The other bridges were fairly okay, but once we get up towards Nijmegen, right? Early attacks were delayed by confused orders and strong resistance. The railway bridge was destroyed by the Germans, but the road bridge was still intact. On the 20th of September, a daring amphibious assault across the river by the 3rd Battalion of the 504th Paratrooper Infantry Regiment under heavy fire, well, they succeeded in seizing the north end of the bridge. This was a huge element of the entire operation, and we'll read in more on that in a little while. And then, of course, the bridge at Arnhem, only one battalion, the 2nd Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel John Frost, actually reached the bridge. And they held the north end for 4 days against elements of 2 SS Panzer divisions. German forces blew the southern access roads, preventing any sort of a link-up, and the rest of the division was stuck in Oosterbeek, and they never reached the objective. After days of fierce resistance, Frost's men were forced to surrender or withdraw. Several other smaller bridges and crossings were fought over, some captured, others destroyed. A rail bridge at Arnhem was blown up early, and a pontoon crossing attempt by 30 Corps engineers was scuffled by artillery and also flooding. Bridges like Best, Zon and Kujik became flashpoints for desperate skirmishes and German counter-attacks. There's another famous quote that I came across. You may have heard it before as we just check our course, but it was a transmission. It was a message from the British 1st Airborne troops holding Arnhem Bridge just before the surrender, and the message was, "Out of ammunition, God save the King." That was that was the end of it then. So they were either captured or ran out. Out of ammunition, like they stayed and fought like nuts, right? The outcome of the whole thing, right? The entirety of Operation Market Garden. It was the largest airborne assault in history up until that point, Operation Varsity taking over. It was an audacious plan to end the war by Christmas 1944. It combined the strategic vision of Field Marshal Montgomery and also the airborne might of the Allies, including that of the 101st Airborne, the 82nd and the British 1st Airborne as well. Had the hope of liberating the Netherlands in one swift thrust, allowing the Allies getting into Germany. After 9 days of brutal fighting, Arnhem was lost. The British 1st Airborne Division had been reduced to a fraction of its strength, holding only a small perimeter around Oosterbeek. Ammunition, medical supplies and food were almost exhausted, and German armour and artillery pressed in from all sides. right? So, we mentioned about this crossing, right, of the bridges, the wall or veil crossing. By the 20th of September, American and British forces held the south side of Nijmegen, but they had failed to secure the bridge. German forces entrenched on the north bank turned the bridgeheads into strong points, blocking the vital route towards Arnhem. To break the stalemate, Major General James Gavin of the 82nd ordered a direct assault across the river. Units involved were the 504th PIR, the Parachute Infantry 82nd Airborne, supported by British tanks of the Guards Armoured Division. They had 26 flimsy British-supplied canvas and wood assault boats with no outboard motors, no covering smoke, few paddles. Many men rowed with their rifle butts. This happened at about 3 o'clock on the 20th of September. It was a 400-metre wide river swept by machine guns, mortars and artillery fire from the entrenched German positions, which also had elevated positions. Casualties, roughly half of the first wave, were killed or wounded before reaching the far bank. The assault. Well, survivors stormed the north bank, clearing trenches and strongholds in brutal close-quarter fighting. US paratroopers then seized the north end of Nagen Bridge, linking with the British armour advancing from the south. After hours of street fighting, the Nijmegen Road Bridge was finally captured intact that evening. Heroism and brutality. The crossing is often cited as one of the most historic river assaults of the Second World War. It's an open mortar dash into almost certain death. Survivors' accounts, however, note the ferocity of the aftermath. In the chaos and the fury, many Germans who tried to surrender were shot. Some historians describe this as retribution for the slaughter on the boats and also the immense casualties suffered in the assault. Casualties were staggering. Of the 260 men crossing in the first wave, about 48 were killed, 149 wounded, a casualty rate of about 75%. The feat lives in memory as both a testament to that of the American courage, but also a grim reminder of the cost and savagery of war. And it wasn't necessarily depicted in movies or wherever else. We saw Robert Redford run over the bridge and everything went well in their boats, but like it got kind of bad stick from it, you know. How are we looking here? We're looking good. Another pivotal moment was the rescue mission. There was a new mission created toward the last few days of Operation Market Garden, and this was called Operation Berlin. General Roy Urquhart, commanding the 1st Airborne, recognised the situation was hopeless. Now, we'll hone in on Roy there for a minute. Very interesting man, right? So he got separated as he was trying to go up and link up with the other battalions and divisions, and he ended up getting stranded in a town. And like a German reconnaissance and, panzer group literally parked up outside of this makeshift shelter in an attic he was staying in. So he was completely cut off. They all thought he was dead. Anyway, he managed to break out of there, which did a lot for the British morale. I mean, seeing the boss come back from what they thought, or when he thought he was dead. But the idea behind this was, on the night of the 25th and 26th of September in 1944, he authorised a desperate evacuation codenamed Operation Berlin. The plan was to withdraw the surviving airborne troops from the Oosterbeek across the Rhine River under the cover of darkness. The Polish paratroopers who had landed late and fought with great courage helped shield the crossing. Canadian engineers and British Royal Engineers used boats and makeshift rafts to ferry exhausted soldiers across under heavy German fire. The result? Of the 10,600 men who had landed at Arnhem, only about 2,400 were successfully evacuated. Thousands were killed or captured, including the majority of the 1st Airborne Division. Urquhart himself made it out of Arnhem, but became known as, which of course became known as a bridge too far. The Polish paratrooper stand. Well, the unit, the 1st Polish Independent Paratroop Brigade, formed in exile, trained in Scotland, would you believe, intended originally to jump into occupied Poland. It was commanded by Major General Stanislaw Sosabowski. The mission and arrival, well, bad weather hampered their efforts to get in on Operation Market Garden, and the main parachute elements finally dropped on the 21st of September at around 5:15 in the evening. They were dropped in at Driel, that was on the south bank of the Lower Rhine, opposite the surrounded British 1st Airborne. One battalion was dropped miles away near Grave due to dispersal. The planned crossing point, the Heave-Drop Ferry, was found missing, unserviceable, and the north bank was dominated by German positions. There were no ferry boats to force an immediate crossing, shortfalls in heavy weapons. The brigade's anti-tank battery and light artillery were largely absent due to glider and lift shortages, leaving mostly Piats against armour. Supply drops were frequently misdropped north of the river, with the 1st Airborne or far from Polish positions. The stand at Driel, or is it Driel, right, holding the gateway. Sosabowski established a hedgehog defence around Driel, tying down German forces who feared a link-up across the river. Their presence compelled the Germans to divert some 2,500 troops to contain them, reducing pressure over on the Oosterbeek perimeter. With improvisation and under direct fire from German positions, the Polish companies made multiple night attempts in makeshift boats to cross the river. About 200 Polish paratroopers succeeded in crossing over 2 nights, reinforcing the north bank perimeter and then later helping to cover the eventual withdrawal. As Operation Berlin, the nighttime evacuation, was ordered, the Poles on the south bank fought to screen the crossing sites while the Royal Canadian Engineers and the Royal Engineers ferried men over in assault boats under fire. As we said, some 2,500 roughly were evacuated. The Polish brigade suffered heavy casualties, often citing as much as 40% across the operation when you include the attached elements and subsequent actions. Despite this, the unit remained cohesive and combat effective. Post-battle, elements of Allied High Command criticised Sosabowski and the Poles, and claims were widely regarded as scapegoating for Market Garden's wider planning coordination failure. He was removed from command later in 1944. Recognition only came decades later. In 2006, the brigade received the Military Order of William, the Netherlands' highest military honour. Sosabowski was posthumously awarded the Bronze Lion. And in 2025 only, the UK officials publicly rehabilitated Sosabowski's reputation. Isn't that mad? While Operation Market Garden failed to achieve its goal by ending the war by Christmas, while the courage of these men, especially in the desperate withdrawal, remains one of the most poignant episodes of the entire campaign. So did Market Garden succeed then, overall? Well, some did, some of it didn't. The successes were as follows. The 101st and the 82nd Airborne secured several bridges, notably Eindhoven, Vel, Grave and Nijmegen. 30 Corps was able to advance over 60 miles from the Belgian border. Parts of southern Netherlands, well, they were liberated. Tactical victories in places, terrain held, bridges captured, and the Germans were indeed pushed back. However, the Arnhem Bridge, the linchpin, was not taken and never held. The British 1st Airborne was cut off, encircled and decimated. The Rhine, Hitler's last true defensive barrier, was not taken and it wasn't crossed. The corridor, Hell's Highway, it was narrow, vulnerable and repeatedly cut off by German counterattacks. Resupply failures, well, that left airborne troops undersupplied and isolated. Overall, the casualties were huge. Massive amount of casualties on both sides, but, it was just huge. Also, civilians. A lot of civilians were killed in this. Thousands of Dutch civilians were killed, particularly that in Arnhem. And, when they got to these big cities, the Dutch put on a frenzy of celebrating. I mean, that was it. They were liberated. The harsh reality was, after about a week or so, the Germans regained control there. And it wouldn't be until the last days of the war in 1945 then, these places were finally liberated properly. Do you know? Mad. Montgomery's gamble failed. He had diverted resources from Patton's advance. He claimed the operation was 90% successful, but the war continued well into 1945. Eisenhower's broad front strategy was re-emphasised after Market Garden. The Allies would not attempt another deep penetrating airborne operation like this again. Mistrust deepened between the British and American High Command. Bradley and Patton were highly critical. Montgomery continued to defend the plan to his grave. The German army was given some breathing room. It delayed the final defeat of Nazi Germany by months. And then, of course, this entire thing, this sort of how to counter-attack, this gave the Ardennes offensive, the Battle of the Bulge, a lot of poke for that, you know. Check position, slight right turn. We're going okay though. But yeah, despite its failure, Market Garden remains one of the most heroic chapters in airborne warfare. It's when you think, like, you know, we've seen it in movies, we've seen it in like kind of, you know, Band of Brothers and all this kind of stuff. It's to think this entire audacious move, as mad as it was, the loss of life as staggering as it was, well, the intent of the entire operation was to actually reduce the length of the war. You know, it was designed to reduce it. In popular culture, of course, yes, immortalised in the in Cornelius Ryan's book A Bridge Too Far, adapted into the movie directed by Richard Attenborough, the 1977 film. And yeah, it's kind of mad what happened. And like, as I said, until Operation Varsity came along, there was nothing like this ever attempted. Check our fuel now. We need to swap back onto our main tanks here, lads. So we'll go left main, right main. And we're rambling back. Tons upon tons, making a fuel stop at Thorpe Abbott's. Roger. Monty should have parachuted in too, right? Us Canadians did stuff. I pronounced drill correctly. Thanks, Happy. By today's military standards, it would be called a failure, but you can't say that really in times of war. I agree. Murtaza, good to see you. I just like it's very interesting to me. Like, as I said, like I'm fascinated in World War II history, but this from the aviation side of things, I'm absolutely mesmerized, because like when you think about, you know, navigating this, the human element, you know, the equipment being used, it's unbelievable. Still remember these brave men today, and that's the point of this, right? It's a commemorative flight, and you remember all sides, you know. Like, I think there's you know, there's a lot of kind of misinformation that goes around, and people can get dismissive about what went on. Like, it's important that this stuff, it's remembered properly, you know what I mean? And there's tons of sources on it, tons of sources. As I said, like, I mean, there's books, there's documentaries, there's movies, there's tons of sources to learn a little bit more on that. And like, you know, we look at certain aircraft and we think, wow, you know, they're beautiful looking, and when you realise what they were actually built to do, or what made these aircraft what they are today, in particular when it comes to, you know, some of the most iconic. And like, you know, we look at DC-3s or C-47s, we look at the Avro Lancaster, and yes, during wartime there were weapons, right, or they were instrumental in part of being a weapon, but what they allowed the advancement of, and what we have today, even when it comes down to, you know, gyroscopic technology, you know, autopilot, GPS navigation, VHF, UHF, all of these things, that's how there was such an advancement, in particular when it came to radar, you know. Nutty Sock says there was a blame game surrounding Market Garden and very little critical thinking involved. Yeah, like, I mean, it's not, it's, look, I'm not here to say who got it right, who got it wrong. You know, if I can just make people, hey, look, this went on. And then if you want to jump into it and learn more about it. Holby Lab, good to see you. About the Airfoil Labs 172 NG for X-Plane 12, the aircraft is practically unusable and full of bugs. The GPS display doesn't turn on with the rest of the avionics. Many of the messages keep flashing. The VOR system doesn't work as it should. There are many other problems. Have I experienced those? Can't say that I have. No, I haven't. What GPS unit are you trying to use in it, Holby? And the VOR system does work. I've flown with the VOR on that. But yeah, I think like the biggest advancement, well, not the biggest, one of the biggest advancements was radar. And like when I was over in France, we went to a museum. It's the Radar Museum. It's in Normandy, and it's it was a Luftwaffe base, one of the only Luftwaffe bases in Normandy, right? And we learned there that German radar, the technology and radar that we know, so we all know like the round dish, you know, your round satellite dish, the round dish, that was a German design. Not a lot of people know that. The British and American design was the square radar, you know, like a rectangular kind of semi-arched, right? The round dish, that was a German design. Anyway, to kind of put things into perspective, right? The Germans poured the investment in terms of like GDP and money and whatever else. The Germans put in more money percentage-wise into radar than what the Americans put into the Manhattan Project. So if anything, that will show you the importance of what they believed that was going to be, you know, vital technology. Vital, you know? Würzburg was round, yeah. GTN 750, which one though, Holby? So the GTN 750, if it's... You need to buy the third-party add-on for the GTN 750. There is no default GTN 750 in X-Plane. You either need to buy the one from... is it Real Sim Gear? Or you buy the one from TDS. TDS is better. The TDS GTN in X-Plane is way better. Right, lads, left turn coming in. Canada have a really cool war museum in Ottawa. Tons of German equipment they captured and brought back. Ooh, Zard, cool.
Hello there.
Isaac, good to see you. Thanks for the follow, buddy. All right, lads, so we have a left turn coming in here, heading 251 degrees, and this is going to be a direct run for 136 miles back to Fairford. So we're looking good. So we have just done our run over the Netherlands, flying Operation Market Garden. And if we were to look at our flight path here, so we're on the final stretch. We're over at Antigua, and this is our last waypoint before arriving back into Fairford. And we've done quite the flight here tonight, lads. We've done quite the flight. It's absolutely savage. And like the other routes we've done Normandy, which is considerably shorter than this one. But there's tons of stuff. I mean, as I said, with the aircraft coming into the sim now, I mean, the likes of that, right? The Lancaster. There's a ton of kind of different flights we can do. The commemorative flights we can do. It's pretty cool. Holby, yeah, I don't think it'll work without one of the payware ones. TDS, though, definitely my favourite one. It's very, very good. Very, very good. Do you know? So we're back across the UK. There's a freeware B-24. Oh, there is Locust, actually. Yes, there is. Yeah, I forgot about that. I haven't tried them yet. I saw Colonel Fork on them. Look at that. Look at that view, though. Isn't that only deadly look? Man, just all the different aircraft. I mean, isn't that only brilliant looking? I love these airplanes. Nutty Snack, yeah, 100%, man, 100%. I just love seeing the different types of aircraft. It's just stunning. Absolutely friggin' gorgeous, look. Absolutely gorgeous. Have we some tunage here we can play now? We do. Ah, sure, it's only brilliant. Hayden and Dark, thank you very, very much indeed. Both of you lads for the support. Really appreciate it, lads. Unbelievable support. Buttons and things are being pressed at an alarming rate. What happened? Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub. Jesus, Proby Pete with 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Look, Proby Pete, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Jesus. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Proby Pete, do be sure to say thank you. I was afraid the sounds are going to be all glitched like last time, but it's behaving really well. Yeah. And anyone who's using Jeppesen scenery, the sounds are there. They're a little bit lower in 24. Not much we can do there, but yeah. Give me a mosquito, Goblin Zeus. Oh, dude, absolutely, absolutely. First time I've done this flight, I loved it, and as usual, very informative. Thank you, Proby Pete. As I said, lads, there's many things we can explore in this flight sim. You know, I mean, we have all different types of flying. We can do historic routes, this sort of commemorative flight, reenactment flights. It's just incredible what you can do. Ah, the DC-3 sounds. Gotcha now, Muse. Yeah. I mean, look at that view, look. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Has to be your best flight in the DC-3, but you still need to put her down? Yeah. Yeah. And it sounds really good too. It's incredible, man. It's absolutely incredible. So we're nearly there on our last leg in this one. Yeah, at least we forget, 100%. No, I mean, it's this is class, man. It's absolutely class. When you get to see all the aircraft flying with us, you know what I mean? And like the choice of aircraft you guys have taken as well, it's unbelievable. I absolutely love this. That's a great shot, an A400 and a DC-3. I noticed the weather has changed over the UK. It really has. It really has. Mike Fear and Ryder there, look. That's awesome. Mrs. GPHI, she's only dying to go upside down, look. But it's just cool we get to experience all of this together. I mean, that's what makes all of this work. You know what I mean? She's representing Australia in this flight. Yeah. I wish Grandpa had seen this sort of technology. He would have appreciated the remembrance. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty... Like, it's mad. Like, I mean... we're so... I suppose we're so far kind of detached from what things must have been like back then in a world war, you know? You've seen a few videos of a C-47 flying with a Herc. Yeah. I think they flew some Hercs over when they do the Duxford anniversary stuff, Super Thai. There was DC-3s flown over from the States. Ice Pilots, Buffalo Airways, they flew one over. And there was I think there was 2 Hercs flying with them. And I saw a shot. They had the ramp. Hang on, I'll find it. Where is this now? C-47 and Herc. There was a great shot because it showed out the back window, or out the back door. It was just gorgeous looking. Like, there's a great photo there, look. I mean, look at that. What a shot. Man alive, some of the photos. I have that picture behind me. That's amazing. '75th anniversary. That's the one where they flew them in, like the Buffalo Airways flew them in. And this is the video. I wonder, can we see like a something? Look at that. It's amazing, isn't it? Man, they're just a beautiful, beautiful aircraft. They really, really are. Stunning. Flying the jump would be fun in these birds. Oh, the hump. Yeah, flying the hump. Remember Seedy did the hump some time ago? He flew the hump. Yeah. Northland Air, I didn't even see that. He gifted 5 memberships over on YouTube, look. Northland Air, thank you very, very much indeed. Jesus. The support on YouTube as well. Thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, don't forget to hit the out like button if you do like this sort of content. You know, do be sure to hit the little like button. It helps. YouTube recommends it to other folks, you know. And maybe have a friend who likes this sort of kind of vibe and we go flying together. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Nutty Slack says it feels strange that the RAF don't use C-130s anymore. Well, they got the A400s now, I suppose. You know? Right, we're in silly weather here. Look at the cloud. So small little course correction because we have to aim off for the wind, lads. Do you know what I mean? But this has been a flight. An absolute flight. What's our fuel looking like there in our main tanks? We're still on the auxiliaries, are we? No, we're on the mains. Okay, our fuel is fairly balanced, but let's go back onto our auxiliary tanks for this one. And that should get us home. I just love it, man. Anywhere you look, you're surrounded by friggin' awesome aircraft, look. It's awesome. Oh, look at that. It's just incredible. It really, really is. So with all the aircraft you're flying tonight, I think the vast majority has to be DC-3s, right? But if you get the chance, just pop it into the chat. Let me know what aircraft you're flying in, lads. It'll be interesting to see. Because we've got a great mix. I mean, we have, as I said, the transport aircraft, we have the Lancs in there, but there's also fighters, and there's modern aircraft as well, or even standard GA aircraft. It's pretty cool. Captain Cocktails DC-3, Dougal DC-3, Goblin Zeus in a DC-3, Riders in a P-38, Todos in a DC-3, Wicked Lumberjacks in a Spitfire. Nice. Digital Merc a DC-3, Retriever Neil in the Lancaster, Muse in a DC-3, Lucky Bow in a P-38, Hukalea is in the Spitfire, Death's Angel DC-3, Fierce Wolf is in a P-38, Colonel Fork is in the P-47, that's the Jug, right? Devort is in the DC-3, Mr. Minimite, good to see you, buddy. You're in the Spitfire, sweet. Angels 1-5 is in the P-47, Mrs. TBHI in a DC-3, Photos by Kev is in an X-Cub, Down in the Weeds. Nice. Chalks in a P-38. Ox is in the Spitfire. Proby P is in a Sky Courier. Locus a P-38. Ragged Donkey a DC-3. PS Miranda is in the MB-339. Nice. We saw QC Frank in the Fuga. Zybok was using a DC-3 and a Spitfire. Nice. Right, I'm wondering, do we need to drop altitude to get underneath this cloud? What do you reckon, lads? We've kind of found ourselves in the middle of a layer. And it seems to be fairly light. So let us drop down to 2,000 feet. Make sure you reset your barrow as well. So 2,000 feet. Pop that in. And let's see what happens. Mech Mancer's on the couch. Passenger Princess in a farmer's cart below you. Good woman yourself. So that's how we're looking on Garmin Pilot as we lower our altitude. We're going to overfly Duxford here now, lads. I'm at 12 o'clock and it looks like a dust storm, really? Leonardo da Vinci's in the Spitfire. Ooh. Your curry has showed up, Malky. Nice. It's not cloud, it's haze. Oh, it is haze. It is haze. Look at that. The layer is weird, yeah. That's mad looking, Ted. So we should see Duxford in a moment. We'll probably catch it at this camera angle. The sound of the Hercules and the Atlas is very different too. The Herc sounds like a propeller driven, but the Atlas sounds more like a jet. IFR landing ahead of us, Locust, do you reckon? Duxford, I'll meet you there for a coffee, 100%. That was great fun this year in Duxford, wasn't it? We'll have to do that again. That was at 1,200 feet, you could barely see the ground. Uh-oh. The Impossible Face says, right engine won't go above 1900. What's your mixture set to? It should be an annual pilgrimage. I agree wholeheartedly with that. Yes, that is what it should be. That is a great idea, Hayden. Survival of speed negative. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Should be auto rich. Yeah. Right, we're very close to Duxford as we overfly it. Look at that weather, man. Haze, they call it. We'll be within a mile of the airfield. We're close. But no cigar yet. The A400 is allowed at altitude. I had a few fly over my head between 30 and 33,000 feet. No way! Kanzui, good to see you, buddy. Oh, dude, it was a lot of fun. Survival Speed said, just started with DCS, but I have a keyboard and mouse setup. Ooh, there it is. You might struggle there, buddy. But there'll be a DC3, but I'm spending time with my significant other. That's quite okay. No worries at all. I wish I could have spent more time with you guys at Duxford. Not at all. Nutty slack. We'll do it again, buddy. Don't worry. I want to get into Microsoft Flight Sim as well. What would you recommend? I'd recommend like a HOTAS. That's a joystick and a throttle. It just means that you can use it in DCS. You can use it for helicopters, jets, and of course the commercial stuff. If you just go with a yoke, you're kind of limited to... Well, it's real awkward flying jets on helis with a yoke. You know what I mean? Right, so we have 70 miles to go. About 20 minutes out, lads. And it's beautiful scenery, even in the old hazy condition. But look at everyone flying along, man. I love this. It's awesome. That is most unusual. Colonel Fork is appearing as a P-38. He won't mind. I mean, look at if he was appearing as a friggin' Bonanza Typhoon, you know what I mean? Or a Mooney Typhoon. So it's getting better, right? Are you a pilot in real life? No. No, I am what you would consider to be called an aviation enthusiast. I've done a bit of real world flying, but no. I am a armchair pilot. Yes. The worst form of animal life, according to real pilots. Or maybe they're not really. Even real world pilots start out with a simulator. Sure they do. I'm sure they do. Especially these days. The reality is this, right? You can jump into a flight sim and fly something as iconic as this machine here. What are the chances of actually getting to fly in that in the real world? You know what I mean? Well, it depends where you live, of course, but you know what I mean. Mr. Minimite looking good, man. 96 likes. Holy muckridge. Thank you very much indeed, lads. Appreciate all the support on YouTube today. Very kind of you. So we're back tomorrow night. That's our next group flight. We're taking the AccuSim Aerostar out for a spin in the southwest of Ireland. We're going to be flying out from Shannon, and then it's going to be down to Kerry and out around the Ring of Kerry. You might get a sightseeing tour in one, but a flight in the cockpit unlikely. Yeah. Am I aware of the Indian Air Force? You're no problem asking questions. Survival of speed. Indian Air Force, yes. Their colours are very close to ours. If you look at the roundel, very close. That's awesome. Look at the friggin' planes. Look, that's deadly, lads. And the shadows on the ground. Isn't that amazing? Love it. Love it. So yeah, so the DC-3 in 2024 with the DuckWorks mod, it's working, man. I'm happy with this. Now that I know she's working well, we'll have to do some Buffalo Airways flights up in the Northwest Territories.
Hang on to your hats, boy.
Because they're just a cool machine, aren't they? They're just a cool machine. I'm trying to stop the light from shining on my iPad on my vertical stream. There we go, we got it. Fixed it! Would I go with an Su-57 or an F-35? Su-57? I'd go with an F-35. Not that I'd be able to fly one, mind you, but, you know. Pretty looking. Fuel. We'll keep it on the auxiliary tanks. We're only a few miles out now. I'm a little bit worried about the old weather here now, you know. Also, runway conditions for landing. Either or. Alright. Two 7 lads, we're going to fly straight in. How's that for a plan? It's going to be near impossible to see this. Like, we can stay above... Whoa, that's high. We can stay above the haze. Oil pressure's high. Or we can try and drop into it. There's Muse Van. You're looking good, Muse. You're looking good. Looks damn good. Utterly brilliant. Flying near Stevenage at the moment. Uh, 60 miles out. And we'll be putting this machine down. So far so good here. It's very, very pretty. Wait, did I play that? I think I did. I think I played everything tonight, didn't I? Oh, sure, we'll go with this one. nice looking. Man, look at that view. That switch would be so handy. If you could put like a gadget to disappear avatars, that would just be like, yes, one please, wouldn't it? Right, we shall continue on this heading for the moment. Then there'll be a very graceful right turn in. Fairford, my closest military base to home, currently home to some of the 99th Reconnaissance Squadron, operated by the beautiful U2. Ooh, nice. Thank you, Hayden. Very kind of you to say so, sir. Appreciate you, man. Right. And just like that, our visibility has been incredibly increased. Beautiful. All right, friends. Easy does it. We are now just 40 miles on the button. Inbound runway 27. And we shall be making a full stop here. We've done well, lads. 4 hours in, so about 4.5 hours start to finish. Not too bad. Hope the weather is nice tomorrow for our friggin' flight in Ireland down the southwest. That Aerostar, man. Oh, so good. Hey, Jack. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're well. Right. Keep her going. Keep her going now. Man, this is beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Out the window. A pair of friggin' C-47s. Where would you get it? I mean, come on. Digital mark. And looks to be Biogamers. Or Biogames. Brilliant. We got Muse fan out there. There's Lucky Bo. Locust is over there. There's Captain Cocktail. And out the window here, Larry and someone else. Mr. Minimite, Wicked Lumberjacks. Tadsky, Colonel Fork is still with us. Norcal Sar is still with us. I'd say Dougal's there somewhere as well. Very beautiful. In Total Fog, where did you buy that weather? Did you? Murph, check Real Life Discord. One of my favourite photos. Ooh. Oh, Jesus, dude. What a photo, lads. Look at this. That's friggin' gorgeous. Look at that. Man alive, that's a photo. Gorgeous. Here's Mrs. GPHI. Tis only gorgeous now. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, we're going to start our final right turn. Although, no, not yet, no. I was very, very lucky with that bank of cloud. It's amazing. Going to be a busy runway. Move over, coming through. It's going to be busy. It says super clear, but it's starting to get a little bit misty again. And we will be making a right turn shortly. Just not yet. Fuel. Right, we're going to jump back onto our main tanks here. Get those ready to rock. Landing lights, go ahead and bring those on. We're okay here. Okay at 1500. Let's go to 1500. Let us go at 1500 to see what we can see, and well, hopefully it'll be grand. So we'll be down on the ground about, what, 10 minutes? Give or take. Small bit of a turn in. Make sure your barrow is current as well, lads. Small little right turn. We'll drop our speed once we get a little bit closer. Oh, that's friggin' gorgeous looking, isn't it? Showers dotting around the southwest. I know, madness, right? It'd be grand, Valky. We'll check out the weather. It'll be totally fine. So we're going to head down all around kind of Kerry, and that'll be nice. That Aerostar is so good, man. Ugh. But I gotta say, the DC-3 has behaved really well tonight. There's a bit of a weather change. We're looking good now. Mrs. GPHI is leading us in. We are 25 miles out. Man, look at that scenery now. Gorgeous, isn't it? P.S. Mirandai, it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're back in the misty stuff again. Ah, jeez. It'd be grand, though. We can land on this. Just about. Just about. That's the situation with our Garmin pilot as we're flying in. All is looking good. Love the way the trees are changing colour. Really good. Daring Daz, tally ho. Good to see you, buddy. Let me see. Is it Rostislav? Welcome in, buddy. Yes, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's looking gorgeous. Who said okay at 1500? He who shall not be named. But his name sounds like Dougal McTavish. Brilliant. Colonel Fork is out on our wing, look. Hookalea, Biogames, Digital Merc is with us. Still can't figure out the right engine. It keeps losing power. What's the manifold and RPM doing? And like, make sure your booster pump is on just in case. And your mags are on. And your generators are on. Apart from that then, I really don't have a clue. Could be a glitch to the impossible phase. There's an old disused runway. All on. That's weird, man. Look at that. That's an old Well, I'd say it's old. It looks old. It looks disused. Alright, this should be turning us on to a final. Crosswind, Roger, RAF Abingdon. Was that Abingdon? Abingdon! Abingdon! Muse, there's no T in it. Did you not listen to what it said? Abingdon, yes. Okay, I'm happy enough now. Autopilot unit, we're going to be bringing you to a close. So we say, thanks for playing. Autopilot off. Now, oh Jesus. Now we need to change our hydraulics. So we have sufficient for our landing gear and shut up you, no one asked you. Sorry, Muse. Brilliant. Right, what's going to happen here, lads? Down on the left hand a little bit. We're looking good. You be done? Abingdon? Abingdon. Abingdon. I thought it was Abington. So don't listen to me. Can we see the runway from here? 13 miles. It's over there. Easy now. We're rumbling in. Fly Murph! Good to see you, Murph. Hope you're well. Many thanks for the raid, dude. Hope you had an awesome stream. 2 Murphs in the one chat. 2 people. Wicked. Result. Hope you're well, buddy. Right, we're about to do a landing back into Fairford after we completed our Market Garden commemorative flight 81 years ago. That's when all this happened.
Allow myself to introduce
Myself.
myself.
Alrighty. Our speed is hooting it, but we're going to keep it up until we get into like a couple of miles final here. Is that a runway? Yes. Easy now. 2 Murph, is that like crossing the streams? Kinda. Cross the streams. Alright. There's only 1 Murph on Twitch and it ain't me. That's a child. There are many Murphs. Right. It looks gorgeous, doesn't it? I mean, it's absolutely class looking. All back home for eggs and bacon. Yes. There can be only 1 Murph. Cue the Highlander music. Though, if sponsors are watching, this one's a fraud. I'm the real one. Brilliant. 1 Murph per eye. 1 brain to process. Yes. Alright. Keep our speed up. Then we'll bring it right down. We're aiming off. There is a little bit of a crosswind here. Man, look at that Vulcan. How is he hanging it there? Fly Merv, thank you very much indeed. 8 months, buddy. Cheers, man. Right, easy does it now, Jemima. So we're going to start bringing this power back. RPM up. Speed will start dropping off. Easy now. $170.
Hello there.
Hello there. King, thank you very much indeed for the subscribe. 150. Let there be gears. And flaps. Easy now. Speed's looking good. Nice, who took out the Bronco? Flying kittens. Awesome. A Bronco. Fantastic stuff. Easy now. Flaps full. Watch the speed. So far, so good. Altitude is good. Speed is good. Get ready on the old rudder pedals. Jefferson! Hello there, Murph. Just arrived back from the States. Very jet lagged. What did I miss? Jefferson, we flew the Market Garden commemorative flight. Your scenery is working superbly well. Sounds are a little bit low in 24, but like your scenery's working really well, mate. Hope you had a good time, buddy. You didn't miss an awful lot. I got me hair cut, you know, and I fast internet now. Wait now. Easy does it. Lads, can we get the Jeppesen emote in the chat for Jeppesen? He made the Market Garden and D-Day sceneries all by himself for free for the entire flight sim community. The man is a legend. Alrighty, let's see what we can do here. Hold the nose, bleed off that speed. Easy does it. There's a touch. Easy. Try and keep her on the centre line, Murph. Let that tail slowly but surely drop. And keep pressure on the back stick. There she goes. Flaps in. And welcome back to Fairford. Nice! Look at all the emotes for Jefferson. It's only brilliant. Jesus, there's planes everywhere. Man, that was some fun, wasn't it? Jean is here, good to see you. Hello from France. Bonsoir. Man, that was so much fun. What a machine to go flying in. Absolutely brilliant. Jepson, did you get to eat all American food and stuff? The big lucky duck. Currently very lopsided. Uh-oh. 80 nautical miles out. And the windows up. Man, that's so cool looking, isn't it? That is so cool. It was so good, really. Oh, no. Delighted for you, man. Alright, we're going to hang a left here. And do ourselves a bit of a UE. There we go. Tuscan, thank you very much indeed, buddy. Hope you enjoyed it. Oh, lads, that was just awesome. Alrighty. Mix on. Dougal made it down as well. Good show, Dougal. Good show. And, right. Mags off. And that is that, my friends. Get the mixers down. You can do it, plane. You can do it. There we go. Man, they're real slow to move. I must come up with a old fine for those. Easy. 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 Fuel, we burned pretty much exactly what we thought we were going to. So, fuel remaining 160 gallons total. That was pretty good. It was pretty good. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Hayden. Appreciate it, buddy. We can shut this machine off. Battery coming off. The noise of all the aircraft, you gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. That was so much fun. So much fun. Hours of fun was had on that one, lads. What a great flight to take part in. Blinky, good to see you. Just flying around Duxford in a Sabre and a whole load of C-47 Lancs just flew over. Nice. Not at all, Blinky, not at all. Right, lads, well, that's going to call it for today. I want to say a massive thank you for everyone for tuning in. I hope you found it entertaining, right? And you learned something as well. As I said, I have a passion for this kind of stuff, and I love learning it. And every time we do one of these commemorative flights, I learn more about it, because you tend to dive a little bit deeper into it, you know? And yeah, it was great to see. This is the first time we've done this flight in Flight Sim 2024. It's always been in 2020. But I gotta say, for the most part, it behaved. Well, it's behaved. It's been brilliant, and model matching as well. I mean, at least it's doing a lot better, right? A lot better, and yeah, just so awesome to share this with you guys as well. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? I mean, I could be, you know, you could sit here and fly this yourself, but when you have a community of people involved and we all do our thing together, it's that's what makes these special, you know. And as I said, like, it brings our story, not our story, it brings the story all the way up. So, you know, Market Garden, our final cover of this, Market Garden was bold, brave, and deeply flawed. It was a logistical marvel, an airborne feat, and also a tragic miscalculation. While it didn't shorten the war, it does stand out to show the courage of the Allied soldiers, especially the British 1st Airborne Division, who stand at Arnhem as among the most valiant in military history. 4 Victoria Crosses were awarded during that. So together we've flown the routes of Operation Market Garden, from the airfields of England to the bridges of the Netherlands. We traced the paths of the C-47s, the gliders. We crossed the rivers. We revisited the drop zones where history was written 81 years ago. For everyone who joined, following along, or flew in the mission with me, thank you all so very, very much indeed. Your presence turns this from a simple simulation into something far more meaningful. It's a shared remembrance. It's a way of honouring courage, sacrifice, and aviation history. And what we've done tonight matters because we have carried their story forward. Massive thanks again, lads, for taking part, for all the pilots, for those just watching, and of course to Jeppesen 2001 for providing this insane scenery. Absolutely incredible. So we're back tomorrow night, 1900 Zulu time. We're going to be flying in the Aerostar for a flight in Ireland, another GA group flight, and we have a busy week then of content next week. Of no stream on Tuesday daytime, but we'll be back on Tuesday evening, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be streaming the whole time, you know. So a massive thanks, lads. Just insane support tonight, and really do appreciate it. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Until then, we'll be over on our Discord, !Discord. That's where we live when we're not live streaming. So, well, from me, thank you all so very, very much indeed. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. You didn't use your indicators. Electricity must be expensive in your truck, is it? Christ! Oh no, a terrible accident! Jesus! Did you jump? Oh, I nearly passed out with the laughter. Did you just see what happened? Jesus!
Do you need a hand?
No, do I need a hand?
It's heavy, yeah. Jesus, Murph!
few men even consider the possibility of life on other planets. Yet, across the Gulf... Ah, Jesus! What was that? I was about to say something and you hit me in the head! Christ! Hang on! I found more of these flamingos! Jesus! Do you know? Ah, don't hit me with a frying pan! Oh, jeez! Did you just hear it? You just hit me with a frying pan!
She didn't make a noise.
Of course I made a noise! You hit me with a frying pan in my head!
Turn around.
Why would you hit me with a frying... Don't hit me again! Ah! Yes, it makes a noise! You're hitting me with a frying pan! Annalisa, did you put her up to that? Jesus, me head! Ah!